Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Really Cool News' coverage of the Karen Reid murder trial. We'll be here from now until about 4:30 Eastern today. Yay!
Yay!
Yay! Yay! So, yeah, after the stunning testimony yesterday where David Yannetti literally turned white, that's as they had pressured Michael Proctor to the point where he finally let them have it, saying that Yannetti, and this is also confirmed by pictures Turtle Boy put up, Yannetti, in fact, was the day before standing in the parking lot where Proctor's sister worked, and good morning, Hank,
Good morning.
interviewing a witness, and the sister thought that he was there to intimidate her, and oh no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. Well, yeah. Turtle Boy actually posted pictures of him standing in the parking lot and talking to people. So,
Yeah.
fun. How you doing today, Hank?
Having computer fun this morning.
Oh boy.
Give me one.
Anything we can help with?
No, I got it now. I just had to reboot my router and then restart the computer to get the internet to finally work.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I've had those days.
Yeah.
Well, my Starlink problems have gone from 10 o'clock on the nose to 5 a.m. on the nose now. So I'm sitting here typing along, and all of a sudden I'm not connected to the internet every single day for about 10 minutes. So it's fun.
Yay.
Yay, Starlink. Yay, Starlink. Good
Now,
evening,
if you'd like to
Rudy.
be, if you'd like Starlink, if you'd like to be a proud sponsor of Really Cool News, we will be happy to sing your praises till the cows come home.
Yes, and we'll take a version 3 of the dish if you really want to send one. We'll take it because we only have version 2 of the dish. And our version 1 died when my mom ran over the cord with the lawnmower. So
that would tend to happen. That would tend to happen.
Which is really odd since it was in the living room.
Well, the fatal flaw of those version 1s was you couldn't replace the cord. It was hardwired. So literally, if anything happened to that cord, you could never replace it. Version 2, besides changing the shape, The big thing is you can replace the cord, which I've done. I've got a longer cord now that I ran all the way down to the end of the property, whereas the only place where it didn't have an obstruction. So, yeah.
Looks like we
Yay.
got some sidebar guesses in already.
We do. Armageddon's
What was
Fire
it?
says 9.
How many did we
Parsons with
finally
12.
finish with last night?
14.
12,
14.
14? Okay, 14. Matt G
Uh,
says 19 sidebars. Parsons is in for 12. And that's all I'm seeing.
Armageddon 9. You already
I
got that
already said
one.
that. Yes.
Crusty Old Witch has 16.
There we go. 16 sidebars. Sirio says 16 as well.
I'm going back to my normal 12.
Normal 12 today? How
Normal
about
12
you,
today.
Hank?
I'm going
We'll
with
put
13, John.
a. Oh, Lord. Well, my
well,
mom's going. Go ahead.
I'm gonna, in honor of Abby Pollen, I'm gonna do an Abby normal guess and go with 11.
Oh,
11.
11. Goes up to
Stereo.
11. When you want that extra oomph, it goes up to 11.
Stereo is in for 16. Heidi's up to 10. Captain 3D is also at 10. Griffey also says there's 10.
Full day, Becca.
Becca is 13. And yes, full day till, and hello, Lance, over on Facebook.
Hey, Lance.
Yeah, we're going, in fact, probably going to go till 4:30 today, is what she was saying yesterday. So,
Well, it was supposed to be till 4:30 yesterday too, but we got out right before 4.
yeah, but if we had gone 30 more minutes, the judge would have killed everyone. That's.
I'm just saying, there's a chance that might get out of here before.
Well, we'll see.
So you're saying there's a
Better,
chance.
yeah, better chance before than after.
Sparky's in at 16. Yeah, let's see if today's a better day for everybody, because she was ready to kill people. She was
Oh,
snippy
for
and
good
she
reason.
was. Yeah, she was first with Jackson being an ass, then the Proctor going off script, and then just so much yesterday. Shame on you was the line. I thought she was just going to jump over the desk and beat the shit out of Alan Jackson. Excuse my French. Miss Ellie says 19. When he said that snide little comment, I thought she was going to kill him.
You're using French? Parlez-vous poo-poo?
Parlez-vous poo-poo? Ooh la la, c'est son. Perrier.
Huh?
Perrier. Oh, Lord. Well, we're waiting for Crime and Law and Crime Network, which says starting soon. We have not been sued officially yet. Spoiler warning, since it's an article on the website today. Yes, all of today's articles have been posted over at reallycoolsite.org. That's reallycoolsite.org. We'll be doing audio versions of those tonight. We'll also be doing our newscast at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. where it counts, 4:30 p.m. Mountain, and 3:30 p.m. Pacific time. Now, you two, I got a complaint. Somebody gave us an actual complaint yesterday. They complained that Central is not where it counts. that Mountain is actually where it counts.
Oh, that explains things. You got a complaint from the insane asylum.
Yes, that Mountain is where it counts. So I need to change from Central being where it counts to Mountain.
Nope. Good luck with your new co-host then.
That's what the complaint was. And I told them, it's mob rule here. I am outnumbered 2-1. And I have no say in that.
None at all.
None at all. So Central will remain where it counts. Speaking of where it counts, we have a visitor.
Hello.
Good morning, Shuggy. Hope Phil has taken a sabbatical for the next few minutes.
Would you like some biscuits and gravy, Shuggy?
Not this morning. I've had oatmeal. Thank you very much, Hank.
No Jaffa? No Jaffa cakes?
No. Jaffa cakes are not a morning food. More preferable.
Yes. Barfing should be held off for later in the day.
But they have orange in them. I would think that would be a breakfast thing.
Well,
only if you squeeze the juice out of them.
Why are we discussing Jaffa cakes again?
I don't know. Sirio said she missed you, though, Shuggy. Says they're right.
You gotta work on her aim.
Thanks, Hank.
I like Person's idea. Yeah.
Jaffa cakes with gravy.
Well, hang on. American gravy or British gravy? With Jaffa
American,
cake?
of course.
American.
Actually, you know what?
When you say American gravy, which of the 5 kinds of gravy are you referring to?
Whatever the sausage gravy is that's so thick that you can put a fork in it and the fork stands up.
That would be country gravy.
Yeah. Is that the right kind?
Well, it's a kind.
That's the right kind for biscuits and gravy.
Yeah.
Scones and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy.
We don't want your rock hard piece of crap scones. We want actual fucking biscuits.
No, I was sent a link yesterday for the Red Lobster cookies.
Yes. That's actually very good. It's very tasty.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice
They're good for their
sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within and for the county of Norfolk. Draw near.
They're a good dinner biscuit.
Say the Commonwealth in this good court.
Yeah.
Thank you. May be seated.
But the shipping was
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Shipping the packet of the
same 3 questions. Were you all able to
the
follow
next
the
is
instructions
should
and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
I mean, Hank, it was 12 quid for the
Everyone said
mix
yes,
and then 18 quid for
affirmatively.
shipping.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing
should have ordered on
independent
Amazon. Got free
research or
shipping.
investigation?
No, not to UK.
Everyone said yes or no.
So in-laws are coming over.
Did anyone
Hope they can bring some with them.
see, hear, read anything about this?
That sounds like a UK problem.
Everyone said no.
It is.
And Me Too 2 is up to 19 sidebars and 9 seconds.
Well, who's our first witness?
Same as the last witness yesterday.
Just watch your step.
Continuing with Tully, right?
I do.
Both sidebars.
And good morning, Fonda, on Facebook.
Thank you, Sirio.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Again, if you could just please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Brian Tully, Tully.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, you were testifying yesterday. You were testifying in some part about a search that you did in conjunction with the CERT team at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you or any other member of your unit conduct any search of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And why not?
We had no reason to believe there'd be evidence found within the home of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, Lieutenant, if you could you inform the jury a little bit about sort of search warrants as far as residences go and what is required in Massachusetts for you to conduct a search warrant?
Objection.
So we haven't heard the question. Let's hear the question.
That was the question, I'm sorry.
I thought it was you informed the jury about search warrants and then what?
If I interrupted
Can you
you.
repeat your question?
I did, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So it's sustained.
Oh, she's angry pretty early.
As far as, Lieutenant, over the course of your career, you've conducted search warrants of people's residences, correct?
Yes.
What do you need to do?
A search warrant, consent, or exigent circumstance.
And as far as a search warrant is concerned, what is needed or what is necessary in order for you to get a search warrant?
Objection.
Jody, tell Timmy to be quiet. So I'm going to allow him to build a foundation here. So the objections are ruled.
Who's judge telling him to
As
be
governed
quiet?
by the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 14 of the Massachusetts Constitution, law enforcement is required to get a search warrant if we're going to invade someone's privacy. In order to obtain a search warrant, I need to gather facts that I swear an oath and affirm that are true and accurate, that there is probable cause, which means more likely than not that a specific piece of evidence will be found in a specific location and it's related to a crime. So I need to check those boxes in order to obtain a search warrant through the trial court.
And what, if any, information did you have related to specific evidence of a crime in relation to the interior of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
I didn't have any. When thinking about residence and search warrants and evidence, I need to put the evidence inside the house. And so I don't believe that Mr. O'Keefe entered the home. So I had no nexus to the house.
And what, if any, evidence did you have that Mr. O'Keefe had ever entered the home at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th or on any other day?
I don't. On the contrary, I have evidence that he was outside, but I don't have anything putting him inside the residence.
Now, you're aware that, or you testified yesterday, that at some point while you and the CERT team were conducting the search at 34 Fairview, that Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor were following a tow truck with the defendant's vehicle from Dighton to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And in reference to taking the vehicle to the Canton Police Department, how was that decision arrived at? What, if any, discussion, or what, if any, other options do you have?
So Sergeant Mechanic and I had conversations. It was ultimately my decision of where the vehicle was going to go. And so we need to find a location that was secure, indoors, and preferably heated. And so we start going through checklists of what's available. So you start thinking, obviously, of state police facilities. So between Dighton and Canton, where our office is as well, you have the Foxborough Barracks, which was, I worked out of the Foxborough Barracks. The garage was probably not appropriate for that large vehicle to get in there. It's an old building. I worked at the State Police Barracks in Milton. That's even worse, with a smaller garage that's attached inside of an older building. So the Canton Police Department was the next step. It was kind of checked all those boxes. It was inside, it was secure, and it was heated.
Now, over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide units of the detective unit of the district attorney's office, Approximately how many investigations have you led or been a part of in relation to, let me first ask you this, as far as your unit is concerned, how is it that, from a staffing perspective, how is it that an investigation is conducted as far as certain roles, or can you speak a little bit about sort of the roles that different people within your unit play with reference to an investigation, just in a general sense?
Within the unit, we have different sections. We have the homicide section, narcotics section, and special investigations. So each is kind of broken up into that. Obviously, the homicide section will undertake homicide investigations, but we work as a team. So there'll be situations where you may need an all hands on deck just to get some people out there. So the narcotics folks will help with homicide investigations and vice versa. The homicide people will help with narcotics investigations when needed.
Your Honor, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
Now, specifically when it comes to a death investigation, there's someone who's assigned as what you call a case officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what the role of the case officer is and what, if any, other sort of supervision there is with reference to that case officer?
The case officer is essentially the central collection point for the investigation. So they are the person that would gather the evidence, the records, hold those records, and then somebody needs to be held accountable for a to-do list or something to do. Supervisor would go to that one person, as well as the district attorney's office would know who to contact about a certain case, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, that case officer usually is a rank of trooper, especially when you're talking about unattended deaths. They have a sergeant and 2 lieutenants that are supervising them in that realm.
And as far as interviews are concerned, what, if any, sort of policy is there with regard to troopers and how many would be involved in the interview of any witness?
We would always have 2 people present, either a trooper and a local detective or 2 troopers. Just one ask questions, one take note taking. It's just good practice.
And with respect to this investigation, the locals, as far as Canton Police Department, was not something that you utilized, correct?
Correct.
And again, I know you testified a little bit about it yesterday, but if you could just reiterate or expound upon sort of what your discussions were with the chief as far as Canton Police Department's involvement in this investigation going forward following the early morning hours of January 29th.
Our conversation circled around in the early hours about the homeowner of 34 Fairview, which was Brian Albert, has a brother, Kevin Albert, who was a detective with the Canton Police Department. And so where we were, we had essentially zero information about the investigation. We wanted to remove any appearance of conflict by not having Kevin Albert or any of his coworkers involved in the investigation.
Was that in the investigation in its entirety or the interviewing process, or how was that sort of delineated, if at all?
Definitely no interviews. They were not involved in any discussion, essentially the entire investigation.
And as far as the case officer is concerned, is the case officer someone who, particularly in a homicide investigation, is as far as a decision regarding charging, is that something that a case officer would be tasked with?
No.
Now, turning our attention back to your testimony yesterday, there were items that you had retrieved from search on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
And as a precursor, if I could ask you sort of, over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide unit with the district attorney's office, about how many death investigations, homicide investigations have you been involved?
I would say in excess of 600 unattended death investigations that I personally investigated. That's not counting those phone calls the calls I end up declining that I'd mentioned yesterday. In addition to that, I probably have either worked or supervised 75 homicides. And then getting back to the unattended deaths, I've supervised countless since I've attained the rank of trooper and sergeant and lieutenant.
And with respect to your training and with respect to your experience, how many of those investigations have involved injuries which included abrasions?
Probably 10 to 20% of them.
And if you could, at least from your understanding, if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of what is an abrasion.
Objection. Sustained.
With regard to the items that you recovered on January 29th, there was one piece of clear plastic you testified yesterday had something that you termed as stippling on the outside, correct?
Yeah, I may have used the word dimples, but yeah.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, did you have occasion to view photos of Mr. O'Keefe from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
And with regard to the items that you recovered, what, if any, significance did you observe between those items and the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
The injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, I noticed the abrasions had a certain pattern on them. And I know that when a blunt force object is involved in causing an abrasion, the characteristics of the object that comes in contact with a person will often leave the characteristics on that person in the form of an abrasion.
And with respect to this specific case, as far as any items recovered on January 29th and your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in relation to that?
I'd be comfortable in saying that the marks of Mr. O'Keefe are consistent with.
Objection. Sustained.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention two other members of your units are troopers by the name of Trooper Dunn and Trooper Moore, is that correct?
Yes.
And on February 2nd, 2022, are you familiar with them retrieving some video in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically from the town of Canton, did they retrieve video from there?
Yes.
And specifically, what location did they retrieve video from?
From the Canton Public Library at 786 Washington Street.
And are you familiar with them speaking with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Jutras?
Yes.
And he's an IT person with the town of Canton?
He is.
And as far as the timestamp with regard to the video that was retrieved from the Canton Public Library, what, if any, information do you have in reference to that?
The
person they just referred to was one of the witnesses.
As we've learned, businesses are not always great about updating.
What was that, Hank?
The person they just referred to, the township IT guy, that was one of the witnesses on the afternoon that we did not cover.
Okay.
After the kids testified.
Yeah, the kids' testimony, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Dating the timestamp, so that's always top of mind when we collect video. Mr. Jutras assured us that the timestamp on the video was consistent and in real time.
Now, the following day of February 3rd, you familiar with Trooper Moore retrieving some additional surveillance video?
Yes.
And where did he retrieve that video?
From Temple Beth Abraham in Canton at 1301 Washington Street.
Now, as far as those two locations, as far as the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Abraham, are you familiar with where they are in relation to each other?
Yes.
Both located on Washington Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how far away from each other are they?
About 1.5 miles.
Now, with reference to the Temple video, what, if any, information did you receive in regard to the timestamp on that video?
That was also accurate.
Now, from each of these respective locations, what time frames was Trooper Moore in one instance and Trooper Moore and Trooper Dunn in the other instance? What time frames of video did they retrieve from each of those respective locations?
From 12 a.m. midnight to 1 a.m. and from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And why was it that those were the time frames, based on what you learned to that point in the investigation, why were those the time frames that the troopers were looking for?
We had reason to believe that those were the times that Miss Reed's vehicle was traveling in and around that area.
And we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but as far as reason to believe that that Ms. Reed's vehicle was traveling in the area around those times. What, if any, information did you have to base that on?
We had statements and video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, also on Washington Street, a little bit further down, and the car departing in that direction. We had information about a car that matched her description arriving at 34 Fairview at a certain time shortly before 12:30 a.m. And so, like we always do, we do a video canvas and look for video cameras from that first known point, which would be the Waterfall Bar and Grill, to the residence of 34 Fairview. And then from there, from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Ave, which was the home of John O'Keefe.
In reference to the morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., the later morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if any, information did you have in relation to Ms. Reed's travel at that time?
So we had learned through interviews that she was calling people as early as 4:45 in an effort to locate Mr. O'Keefe, and a statement that she had left the house shortly after 5 a.m. We then know that she arrived at the McCabe residence on Country Lane after 5:30. So we're trying to account for the movements of the vehicle for that 30-minute block.
Now, in reference to phone calls, you've had occasion to review information related to the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that about 4:45 in the morning, she made phone calls trying to ascertain, or allegedly trying to ascertain the whereabouts of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to those 4:45 a.m. phone calls, were there other phone calls that the defendant placed?
Yes.
And to whom did she place those calls and about what time?
Starting at 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m., there were 53 phone calls from Ms. Reed to a phone number associated with John O'Keefe.
And in addition to those phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, other calls did the defendant make prior to those 4:45 a.m. calls?
There were phone calls to her family members, to Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Cameranos. Those are the ones off the top of my head. I have the notes in front of me if I want me to refer to them.
You know, if the witness may.
Yes.
Would you like me to continue, ADA Lally?
Yes, please.
After 6:03, when Mr. O'Keefe was found, there are a number of calls to members of John O'Keefe's family.
No, the phone calls to family members of her own, that the defendant's family members, those were specifically to her mother and her father, is that correct?
Yes.
And did those phone calls precede the phone calls to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts or anybody else earlier that morning?
On the call detail records, they don't appear, but I know the phone dump has other information.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Lieutenant, turning your attention back to the videos we were speaking about, showing you with this, just ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is surveillance video from Temple Beth Abraham.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see you introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 572.
572.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
When you another document, you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It is a map I created with icons of the town of Canton.
And how did you create that map, sir?
Using Google Earth as the mapping software, I placed icons on locations within the town of Canton that are relative to this investigation to provide better context and illustrate the area that we're going to be discussing.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see you introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 573.
And Your Honor, may I return exhibit 573 to the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury at this time.
Yes.
Lieutenant, do you have the laser pointer there before you again?
I do.
So using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the icons that you inserted in reference to various points of relevant locations, as well as any sort of routes of travel or roadways depicted in this particular.
So each icon is a house-shaped icon that I placed at different locations. The first one is red in color. It denotes where 34 Fairview Road is. Starting at the bottom, there is a pinkish color one that is the location of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Just north of that, you'll see a brown one, which denotes the Canton Public Library. Following up this street here, which is Washington Street, you'll come to Temple Beth Abraham, which is denoted by the blue icon there. And then off to the right is 1 Meadows Lane with the green icon.
Now, as far as, and if you could just use that laser pointer again to know where the temple is.
It is the blue icon in the center of the map.
Now, as far as where the temple is located in reference to specific roadways, as you mentioned, located on Washington Street, correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, roads intersect with Washington Street around the location of the temple?
Chapman Street is the street that runs in this direction towards Washington Street. So again, the Washington Street is this street here. It continues and stays Washington Street as it turns slightly east in that direction.
And as far as available points of directionality or ways to travel roadways from the area of the temple, it intersects in the area of Dedham, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as available routes of travel from the temple to 34 Fairview, if you could note those on the map.
If one was at the temple and were to travel to 34 Fairview, you could continue up Washington Street, take the left onto Dedham Street, which is that street you just mentioned, a left onto Cedar Crest, and to enter that neighborhood down here. One could take a left and come down Chapman Street and take the right to enter the neighborhood in that direction straight onto Fairview Road.
And if you're approaching sort of from the Chapman Street side of Fairview Road, as you come down Fairview Road, which side of the road would 34 Fairview be on?
Left.
And similarly, if you're approaching from the Cedar Crest side of Fairview Road and you turn on Fairview Road, which side of the street would 34 Fairview Road be on?
Right.
Thanks. Now, with respect to each of these videos, as far as the Canton Public Library video and the Temple video, these are exterior cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
And sort of orientation-wise, where do they focus on or where are they pointed at?
The ones that we focused on were the ones that captured Washington Street.
You mean they weren't looking
Now, are
for
you aware
cars
of
driving through buildings?
Another location right around the area of the Temple Beth Abraham called Cassie's?
Yes.
And that's essentially like a convenience store, is that right?
Yes.
And were you able to, you or other troopers able to retrieve video from that location as well?
I don't believe so.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of the video from the Canton Public Library, which is marked as Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video, and from the time on the video, I'd ask you to go to about 12:15.
I'm sorry, 15 or 50?
50, 1-5. Now, again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer, just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at here directionality-wise and what you observe in this video.
The main street in the video is Washington Street. The Waterfall Bar and Grill would be off to the right-hand side, and Temple Beth Abraham would be off to the left. The intersecting road we're looking at here is Sherman Ave, I believe.
And if one were to take that right, if you're coming from the right of the street to the left of the street on Washington Street heading towards Sherman, and you were to take that right on Sherman, where does that take you?
You would head towards the neighborhood that 1 Meadows Ave resides.
Now, were you also able, over the course of the investigation, did you have occasion to look at surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill itself?
Yes.
And from that video, were you able to determine a time at which Mr. O'Keefe was leaving from that establishment?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations as far as time, or what, if any, observations did you make as far as what Mr. O'Keefe was doing or had with him when he left the Waterfall?
When he left shortly after midnight, he was holding what appears to be a clear glass container.
And do you recall which hand he was holding it?
His right.
And specifically, that was about 12 or 11 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'm going to ask you to press play here and then pause again at 12:15:58. Now, looking up at the screen now where it's paused at 12:15:58, and what, if anything, do you observe there?
I observe a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV that you observed, is that consistent with what you've observed of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle going to do?
It's going to continue north on Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off of the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman, you can pause it there. Now, with respect, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video.
Yes.
And just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Uh-oh, we have 2 Shuggies.
God, I'm good.
It's to double your pleasure.
And if you could pause there, thank you. Again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could describe using the laser pointer there as far as what we're looking at in this particular camera angle and shot, and as far as the roadways that you use.
This is an exterior camera from Temple Beth Abraham at 1301 Washington Street. Where it's paused now at 1201, I believe is the timestamp, you see a vehicle. Here, that vehicle is traveling on Washington Street. We are now on the other side of Washington Street looking at it than we were from the library. So the south and towards the waterfall and the library would be off to the left. North would be off to the right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to 12:17. If you could pause it. Now, as far as the time concerns, the video from the prior video from the library was about 12:15 a.m. when you saw the vehicle consistent with the defendants pass by that location.
Yes.
And so as far as this time that's up here now, approximately 12:17 or so, or somewhere within that minute between 12:17 and 12:18, is that consistent with the time it would take to travel from where the library is on Washington Street to where the temple is on Washington Street?
Yes.
And from this particular time period around 12:17, between the minutes of 12:17 and 12:18, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to, of significance with reference to this investigation on this portion of this video?
At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which would, again would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
And, Ms. Tillman, if you could, and I would ask you again to pause at 12:17. And again, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the screen, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the video at 12:17:56 from the temple.
A large black SUV traveling northbound on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV, is that consistent with the large black SUV that you observed in the prior video, Exhibit 110 from the Canton Public Library?
Yes.
Is that also consistent with what you observed as far as your personal observations of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Someone, if you could please press play. Someone, you can pause that. Take that down, please. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you for the Canton Public Library video again.
Surprised they're not pointing out that the
And from
passenger
this, I'm gonna
side
ask for,
tail light is
second
intact at
video.
this point.
That's what Turtle Boy is actually tweeting at the moment.
Now, Lieutenant, direct your attention to up on the screen. This is the Canton Public Library video again, Exhibit 110.
Yes.
And as far as this
Does
is,
Turtle Boy realize
time
that
frame you were talking about before, between 5 a.m. and 6
is
a.m.
not
that's,
good news for the
done.
defense?
And more retrieved from Mr. Jutras, correct?
Well,
Yes.
she's
And
hold
with
on.
reference,
so this is after the accident, so it should have been cracked, but you can't even
No.
see it.
It's on the way. It's on the way to.
Oh, it's on the. I thought this is 5:36 a.m. though.
I thought it was the 12-something a.m. going from the bar to the residence.
No, this one says outside front 5:00:03 a.m.
Ah,
But unless it's GMT time, I don't know. But he's got no. It says 5 a.m. on the screen, so it's 5 a.m. He's claiming that because you can't see it in this fuzzy picture, then she's innocent.
to as far as the conditions outside at this particular time between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe in this video?
The ground is now covered in snow.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 5:11 a.m. and pause it there. Now, Lieutenant, from this portion of this video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
And as far as the directionality from where that vehicle came from and the directionality where that vehicle is headed toward, what, if any, of the locations of significance are located in those areas?
So again, Sherman Street or Ave goes straight to One Meadows. So if one were to travel from Meadows Ave,
that's what I thought, Captain 3D.
To this location here, you would come down
What's
Sherman
that?
and you could take a left.
Yeah. Yeah. These videos, the ones prior to this, were on the way to the
Right.
residence. And those were the ones that you can see are breaking, and there's no apparent there's no visible damage in the at that point to her tail light.
Okay. And good morning, Gia.
On the Washington Street to head south.
And as far as south on Washington Street, again, off to the right of the screen, what, if any, locations of significance in this case are located in that direction?
The Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Now, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this video, is that consistent with the black SUV you observed in the Temple video from 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with the black SUV that you observed in the library video from 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And is it also consistent with the defendant's black SUV?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having ring cameras affixed to it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with a video from those ring cameras depicting the defendant backing the black SUV out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at approximately 5:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And from that, as far as distance or time it would take to travel from Mr. O'Keefe's residence to this intersection covered by the Canton Public Library, from 5:07 to 5:11, now depicted on the screen, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive that, particularly given the conditions?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press play. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to about 5 minutes, I'm sorry, 15 and 30 seconds. Pause there, please. Now, Lieutenant, between these timeframes of 5:11 a.m. and 5:15 a.m., at any point in time, do you observe the black SUV traveling back in the other direction?
Yes.
And specifically, around 5:15 and 51 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe on this video of significance or relevance to this investigation?
A large black SUV will appear on the screen on the right-hand side and travel to the left-hand side, which again would be traveling north on Washington Street.
Now, as far as, again, directionality, north on Washington Street to the left of the street would be towards the Temple, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the operation, as far as directionality is concerned, what you observe in this area from 5:15 a.m., is that consistent with what you observed on the Canton Public Library video earlier at 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this, it's consistent with all the other black SUVs you observed in the video and the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there. And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
Again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on the street.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. And if you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can take this one. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the Temple Beth Abraham video again. And Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
Reaching the first hour and no sidebars. This is worrying.
Yeah, no sidebars at all.
You can pause there, Ms. Gilman. For the record,
It has happened before, but
Temple
pretty
Beth
rare,
Abraham
but it
video,
has
this
happened.
is, from the period of 5:10 a.m. to 5:20
Now,
a.m., which is
if
the
we
second
get to
video
the
is,
morning break
down
without a
to
sidebar,
those. Now,
That would be
We're
a first.
talking.
But with regard
Yes.
to this video, at some point,
But then
Shuggy,
when
you
Jack,
cursed.
18 a.m.,
You cursed
what,
us
if
all,
anything, did you
Shuggy.
observe of significance or relevance to
It's
the
my fault,
investigation from
right?
that period of the video?
Yep.
A large
Everything's your
black
fault
SUV
today.
travel.
Everything is Shuggy's fault, folks. Put in side chat what is Shuggy's fault today.
So mean.
I don't know. We're waiting for sidebars.
Left to right on the screen.
And again, as far as directionality,
What kind of bookmakers would we be if
where
we
would
didn't
that
have prop
vehicle be
bets?
coming from, and where would that vehicle be heading to?
The left side of the screen would be in the direction of the Canton Public Library and the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Off to the right, again, would be the intersection with Dedham Street, which one could take to 34 Fairview.
And as far as directionality, with reference to the earlier video from 12:17 a.m. from the Temple Beth Abraham, is directionality consistent in this video with what you observed at 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could pray from 518. And Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
A large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street.
And again, is that large black SUV that you observe here consistent with the large black SUV you observed in the prior videos and also consistent with the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press that play again. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Now, Your Honor, if I could just have a moment.
Sure.
Now, Lieutenant, through the course of your investigation, are you familiar with what time it was that the defendant, approximately what time it was that the defendant arrived at Ms. McCabe's home?
5:35, approximately.
And Ms. McCabe's home is located on Country Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from the directionality of that vehicle in the 5:18 a.m. Video, as far as timing is concerned, 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive from that area of the Temple Beth Abraham to Ms. McCabe's residence on Country Lane?
No, not if you were to drive directly there.
And so to that point, as far as what about that time doesn't match up? Is it too short, too long, or something else?
It would take you much quicker to get there. It's about 1.5 miles from Temple Beth Abraham to Country Lane. You would continue north on Washington Street and just take a left into the Country Lane neighborhood. So the time to travel 1.5 miles.
And from sort of the distance between either that Temple video and either 34 Fairview Road or Country Lane, were you able to find, locate, or retrieve any surveillance video in those areas that would capture the vehicle?
No.
Now, as far as you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, when we were talking about the earlier 12:17 a.m. Portion from the Temple Beth Abraham video, the directionality of that black SUV, both in the 12:17 and the 5:18, where is Fairview Road in relation to the directionality of the SUV that you observed?
That SUV could take a left onto Dedham Street and then a left on a Cedar Crest to enter down to Fairview Road.
And from your knowledge of the area as far as travel is concerned, would from 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, would that allow for sufficient time to go from where it's viewable on the Temple Beth Abraham video for the vehicle to then travel to 34 Fairview Road and then travel to 12 Country Lane?
Yes.
Well, since they're traveling, not driving, do they need a driver's license?
Now, I believe you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that at some point there were call detail records.
No, they just need
that were
their
obtained in reference to
American
the defendant's
national
home.
passport.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury,
Okay.
as far as, let me ask you this first, with regard to call detail records and with regard to phones in general, what, if any, specialized training have you received or have you given in reference to those areas of focus?
I've received over 200 hours of training relative to obtaining and using call detail records and cell phone data in furtherance of criminal investigations. Most recently, I've given talks and seminars about the topic, and I've testified in numerous courts around the Commonwealth about the topic.
Now, can you explain to the jury sort of call detail records, what they are and how you would use them as far as utility in generally speaking in reference to investigation?
Call detail records are business records held by cell phone companies, specifically to this matter, that are created in the normal course of business. Typically, you'd think about in a billing context. So if you think of your own cell phone bill, it would contain information like the date and time a communication occurred, the other phone number in which you communicated with, the duration of the call, that sort of bits of information. Obviously, as we're doing a criminal investigation, it's helpful to know with whom someone was communicating. Additionally, the cell phone companies memorialize other bits of information specific to what we refer to as CSLI, cell site listing information. They tell us the antennas that were used during the communication, usually just in the form of the first antenna and the last antenna. There are other engineering records that we can obtain that can be helpful when trying to determine where the handset, the cell phone was at any given time.
And the handset that you refer to is essentially the phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And with relation to the handset and its connection to antennas or towers, can you speak a little bit about that based on your training and experience with reference to how the handset sort of communicates with an antenna and how it gets to a specific antenna?
Cell phone companies place antennas all around to help facilitate communication. You can think of a cell phone as really a two-way radio. It's sending and receiving radio waves. So in order to facilitate that, cell phone companies place these antennas all around. Traditionally, you can think of them on a tower, but they can also be placed on the side of buildings or disguised as trees or just on top of light poles. So they're all around, but you don't quite know it. As far as how the handset communicates with the antenna, there are different variables that go into that. Now, the cell phone wants to connect to the antenna with the strongest signal. The best predictor of a strong signal is distance. So the further a radio wave travels, the more it's going to degrade and not be as strong. But there are other factors that can degrade or reduce the strength of a radio wave, specifically an obstruction. If you're in a basement of a building or standing behind a large brick wall, the radio waves aren't going to penetrate that as well. But even things like precipitation or foliage on a tree can also hinder it. And you think about rolling hills here in Massachusetts in tall buildings, they can also
just another brick in the
radio
wall.
waves.
As far as that sort of disruption of radio waves,
All
are
in
you
all.
familiar with certain areas that get sort of termed as a dead zone?
Yes.
And can you explain what your understanding of that term is as it relates to what you've been talking about as far as the handset communicating with the antenna?
I would define a dead zone as an area where there's not good cell phone coverage. So the antennas are not covering that area for whatever reason, obstruction, the density of the tower. Oftentimes, an antenna can only handle so many cell phones at a time. That's an idea that we coin or refer to as load. So there's only a certain number of devices that can handle an antenna. My best analogy of that is Gillette Stadium. I've worked at Gillette Stadium detail many times. We have roll call for Patriots game early in the morning. I take my post, I have strong functionality of my cell phone. As hundreds of thousands of devices are now entering the area around Gillette Stadium, the functionality of my cell phone reduces as more devices are using the antennas in that area.
Now, with respect to the cell phone companies themselves, they create or utilize this data for their own business purposes, correct?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain a little bit about sort of what the cell phone companies would be using this kind of data for as far as what you're talking about, connections to antennas and towers?
It's a company who wants to make money, so it's going to memorialize things to bill their customers appropriately. They're also required by the FCC to keep for a certain period of time certain records because they are a communications provider. So there are some requirements, regulatory, that they need to fulfill.
Now, as far as the information that you're able to glean from these call detail records, I believe you've spoken a little bit about, but as far as what, if any, limitations are there with reference to the information you're able to glean from the records?
Well, the overarching one is I can only get what I get. So whatever the company sends me, that's what I can use in my determinations. Kind of the next step is when we're talking about antennas, I will never, I'll have difficulty saying exactly where a cell phone was when using an antenna. I can make generalizations that the phone is going to be in the area of the antenna, but I would never, with just that specific information, be able to tell you exactly where it is. I can look at other records, like the engineering records, where, especially now with 4G and 5G technology, the cell phone providers need to know how far away a handset is from the antenna in order to facilitate that communication. And they keep those ranging records for me. So if I can obtain those records, I can then place a much narrower area where a cell phone would have been during a time period.
Now, in reference to this investigation, you search warrants that Trooper Proctor did with regard to call detail records for Ms. Reed's phone, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to, or did you have occasion to look at those call detail records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach this sidebar briefly?
Bye-bye.
Bloody finally.
Break.
Finally.
Sidebar number one.
I must admit, I don't know how you three have done this for 23 days. My hat's off to you.
It's not that hard. Just sit here and listen a lot.
That's what she said.
Damn, got beaten to the punch. Good job, Hank.
Or Mrs. Pope.
Yeah, but
she stays though. I mean, you know.
She
stays.
He stopped running out of the house when he takes his pants off. So there's progress.
Naked. Not just take my pants off. Naked.
Oh, naked now.
Naked.
Now.
She does not run out of the house when I get naked.
Who? Karen Reed?
My wife.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Karen Reed's classier than that. She's holding out for OJ.
I would run out of the house naked if Karen Reed were there. And take the arrest.
Is she making calls to OJ with the Ouija board?
Probably. But don't tell her he's dead.
Well, apparently she likes that sort of thing.
Yes. All I know is I got all my tweets sent out for once to promote the paper. I'm sitting here editing the audio for tonight so I can turn it into video so we can have the paper tonight on time.
That would be refreshing.
Take her on. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a 4-page document. Just actually looked at a couple of minutes. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
If I
This
ran
is
out of my
subscriber
house
information
naked,
for the phone number
nobody
ending in
would notice.
9554.
And through the course of your investigation, as far as that phone number ending in 9554, who, if anyone, did you find that number to be associated with?
The defendant, Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the documents before you, that has some listing of account information, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is listed as the subscriber for that account with phone number ending in 9554?
Karen Reed of 481 Gilbert Street in Mansfield, Massachusetts.
And are you, through the course of your investigation, familiar with that address, 481 Gilbert Street?
Yes.
And is that the residence of the defendant?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll proceed to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 574.
I'm actually going to see counsel outside that for just a minute.
Sidebar. See?
Making up for
It
lost
should-
time.
Oh, well, it's number 2. Pope, did the number 2 come out yet?
No! Number 2!
Number 2. I wonder what's so important that Karen Reed just had to lower her screen. She literally just lowered her screen as everybody got up and left. And they zoomed in
She's
on
watching Turtle Boy on Pornhub.
her. Ew.
I don't think it was Pornhub. I think he just sent her a video.
How you doing, babe? Yeah,
Sitting
you
on my
want to come
couch.
over?
Sitting on my couch thinking about you.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
no.
nice and sticky.
Oh, God. Oh,
You know when your grandma's couch has the plastic on it and you sit on it in shorts and it makes that sound when you try to get off of it? That's Turtle Boy's couch year round, even when you're wearing pants.
Well, instead of it's a crunchy noise instead of the plastic crinkle noise.
You mean he was eating chips?
Chips Ahoy?
Yeah, protein-based chips.
Oh, Lord. And there are Karen Reed's parents with a woman in pink.
And the wall behind his couch is what you'd call uh-oh stucco.
You mean the entire wall turns blue once you bring out a blue light?
But black light. Yes.
Yes, a black light.
Now, Lieutenant Tully,
Did we mark that, Madam Court Reporter? Thank you. So that's 570.
574.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lally.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, as far as the information that you receive with reference to call detail records, is there a section called the records key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a records key is and how you use that in order to facilitate or read the records?
The records key give us the definitions of terms that are used in the record. So the record comes usually in the form of a spreadsheet or PDF. You'll get columns and rows. The columns will be named certain things, and those titles are often specific to the company. So I want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding what the data is.
Does that make him the key
You
master?
alluded to it earlier in testimony, but just for the jury's edification, if you could describe to the jury what your understanding of the term as far as cell site listing information and how that's used in an analysis of call detail records.
So CSLI, as it's referred to, has that billing information, time, date, duration, other phone number, and it has the antenna used during the communication. So just as it says, it's a cell site, which is the other term for antenna, as I usually use.
Now, sir, through your training experience, are you familiar with the term in reference to this type of material called ranging data?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it's used in interpretation of call detail records?
So the ranging data goes back to the engineering reports I had mentioned earlier that can provide more information. They can tell me the antennas that were used during communication. It can tell me the range in which the handset was away from the antenna. So now, opposed to just kind of making general determinations where a handset was near an antenna, I now have a range. So I will plot the location of the antenna, measure out that distance, and draw an arc with that radius of the distance on a map. And I can make an assumption that the handset is somewhere on that arc. The ranging data is also helpful because the user does not need to be actively using the phone in order for a record to be created. Right? The billing record is going to be a phone call made or received, text message made or received. A cell phone as it sits today is still communicating with the antenna. You're getting notifications, it's checking email, it's updating, and because it's utilizing the network, your cell phone provider is capturing that data and it's generating a record, even though unbeknownst to the user.
Okay, so
Trial's over. He just admitted he was plotting.
So if I'm standing right here with the cell phone in my pocket, not using it, not turning it on, not activating it in any way, that cell phone is still doing some sort of communication with the closest or some antenna within the vicinity?
Yes.
Now, are you also familiar with a term called UTC, or Universal Time Code?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to these types of records?
So UTC, or now known as Coordinated Universal Time, is the time zone along the prime meridian. So if you think of the globe, you got longitude and time zones. The prime meridian is a spot that runs through Western Europe and Western Africa. That is the line in which all time zones around the world are predicated. And UTC will be a time there, and it's not determined by daylight savings time either. So all those time zones, like I said, around the globe are predicated on that. Because it's one standard time in a globe, a lot of records will come in UTC time, and you have to make the conversion. And they will provide records specifically to a cell phone, what time it was locally, but it will tell me what the UTC time was. So for me to figure out what the time was locally during the time of the communication, I got to do the conversion.
And to that point, as far as the conversion is concerned, what type of conversion are we talking?
Here on the eastern side of the United States, it's -4 hours during the summer and -5 in the winter.
Now, as far as these records are concerned, what if any, I believe you spoke a little bit as far as the arc and plotting, but if you could expound upon that as far as explain to the jury what it is exactly you're able to do with the information from the call detail records as far as a visual representation.
You said two things there, so I want to make sure I answer the question right. You mentioned ranging data, but CSLI, so specific to the engineering report in ranging, or CSLI?
Let's first start with CSLI.
So with the CSLI, I will place on a map the location of the antenna. And I mentioned load a little bit, but that load factor determines on how dense the antennas will be from placed by the provider. So if you think of an urban environment, there's more cell phones, there's more devices that need antennas. So the locations of the antennas will be more dense. I've seen them as close as 100 yards away from each other in an urban environment. You come out to the suburbs, there are less devices. The companies are going to put less antennas because they don't want to put them up where they don't need to. They're going to be further away. So in Norfolk County, the antennas are placed anywhere from 1 mile to 4 or 5 miles apart.
And so there would be a difference as far as the amount of antennas, the amount of towers, like say in the town of Canton versus downtown Boston.
Yes.
And again, I think it's pretty clear, but which of those two, as far as downtown Boston or the town of Canton, would have more antennas or more towers for a cell phone to connect to?
Downtown Boston would have more.
And so with relation to the number of antennas or towers that a handset or cell phone could connect to, what, if any, relation does that have to geographic location, or what you're able to glean in reference to geographic location from the call detail?
So once I place the antenna on a map, I will look at where the other antennas are, and I can make a general determination that the cell phone was closer to that antenna than other antennas. Again, there's the caveat, and I'll say it up front, is that there are other mechanisms that could prevent it from connecting to the closest tower. But generally, it's going to connect to that closest tower. Now, there are redundancies built into the system. If an antenna goes down because of it gets struck by lightning or it needs service, there are other antennas nearby that can cover an area.
Now, with respect to the CSLI data, we were able to do that in this case as far as plotting that on a visual representation on a map.
Yes.
Madam Mayor Pro.
Yes.
So showing you, I believe it's a 10-page document, just ask you to review that, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
It is a series of maps that I created depicting the records obtained from that number ending in 9554.
And that's plotted onto sort of a Google image or a Google Earth image?
I use Google Earth to create the maps. I then take a screenshot and place it typically in PowerPoint in order to make it look nice.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Almost to introduce and admit collectively, isn't it?
No objection, Your Honor.
575. Thank you.
That's definitely not the paperati.
No, it was not.
May I return that to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the second page there, Ian. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish this to the jury.
Okay.
Lieutenant, do you recognize what's depicted now up on the screen?
Yes.
And again, what do you recognize this to be?
It is a map that I created using the information from the call detail records or CSLI from that account.
And from what time period of call detail records are we looking at in this particular representation?
From 12:33 a.m. to 12:34 a.m. Again, I had done the conversion for the purposes of making this exhibit. So if one were to look at the call detail records, you may see the UTC time. For the convenience, I've done the conversion for the purposes of the exhibit.
Now, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, before you direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you've plotted out into this visual representation.
So first, we're looking at the area of the town of Canton. I've placed different landmarks, again, to give context to what we're talking about here. You see 34 Fairview Road as a yellow house icon, 1 Meadows Ave, Canton as a darker color, and the Waterfall Bar and Grill as another icon. Now off to the left, just west of Route 95, which you'll see running here, you'll see a red triangle, which I use consistently as the antenna, and a series of letters and numbers next to them. So next to them is the numbering system that Verizon assigns to that antenna. So in this instance, we're looking at ENB, which is the antenna acronym, and specifically 57171.
And to be clear, as far as that marking with the red triangle, the ENB ID 57171, that is the antenna that the handset or the defendant's cell phone is connecting to at that point, correct?
Yes, and I always try to be clear that that is the antenna. That's not where I'm saying the handset was.
So the handset is somewhere in that vicinity based on your training experience, is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have the next slide. And so what time period are we looking at in this particular representation?
12:35 to 12:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance or relevance you depicted in this representation.
So those same icons appear as about the locations relative to this investigation. You'll see another red triangle here close to Route 95, which is NEB ID 57286. And during this time period, the handset associated with this account communicates with that antenna.
And from the locations of significance or relevance as far as ENBID 57286, which of them is it closest to in this depiction?
It's just north of 34 Fairview Road.
And now if I could direct your attention to the next, if I could have the next slide. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this slide?
This comes from one call that occurred at 12:38 a.m.
And as far as, if you could again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, other locations you identified or signified in this representation.
Again, same icons further south at the bottom. The antenna is located here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138, and it's ENB ID 57021.
And of those locations of interest that you signified within this slide, where is ENB ID 57021 in relation to those?
If you think back to the previous slide, so now we've moved a little bit further east. Here's Fairview Road, and here is 1 Meadows Ave.
And if I could direct your attention to the next slide, and if I could have the next slide on the screen, please. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this one?
12:39 a.m. to 5:08 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations of significance you note in this slide.
So there were a series of calls during this time period. They all used this antenna here, ENB ID 57199, which is south of Meadows Ave.
If I could direct your attention to the next slide. If I could have that one, please. And Lieutenant Tully, what are we looking at as far as time frame in this particular slide?
There was one entry in the call detail records at 5:16.
And again, using the laser pointer, if we could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations you denoted within this particular slide.
I'll start with the antenna that was used, which was 57259 here in downtown Canton, just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
If I could direct your attention to the next slide, sir. If I could. Lieutenant, what time frame is that depicted in this?
5:19 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is that the defendant's phone is connected to at this point, and what, if anything, it is closest.
Slightly further south from the previous one, it's 57199, directly south of 1 Meadows Ave.
Now, if I could ask you to turn to the next slide, Mr. Moon, if I can have that one. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this?
5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is and what, if any, of the locations you observe it, where it is in reference to those.
I previously mentioned this one here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138. It's ID 57021. It's north of those locations I had mentioned earlier, the 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
And next slide. What time frame are we looking at in this, sir?
It's one entry at 6 a.m. from the record.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to the antenna and where it is in relation to locations of interest in this slide.
It is located just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill in downtown Canton.
And the next slide, sir. What time frame are we looking at in this slide, sir?
6:03 to 6:57 a.m.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct the jury's attention to which antenna the defendant's cell phone is connected to at this point and where it is in relation to locations of significance or relevance throughout the course of this investigation.
During this time period, the cell phone will bounce back and forth between two antennas. So I did lump them together and place them on one map with this time frame here. So you will see two antennas. One is this one here, just west of Route 95, which is 57171. The other antenna is north of 34 Fairview, which is 57286.
Now, sir, as far as the locations that you observed from looking at the CSLI information from the defendant's phone, any relationship did you note with them in relation to what you had observed on each of the respective videos from the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Avery?
It's consistent. As with anything in our investigation, we want to get corroborating information. So the best corroboration about the location of a handset is to obtain video, receipts, anything else with a timestamp and a location that we can corroborate the location of a handset.
And with respect to information that you had received as far as the defendant's whereabouts, what, if any, consistency or corroboration was there between witness accounts of the defendant, including the defendant's own statements, as far as where she was and what you retrieved from the CSLI?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Malley.
Throughout the course of the investigation, were you made aware of path of travel attributed to the defendant both between the hours of 12, between the times of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And the information that you obtained from the CSLI records, was that consistent with what you knew as far as the location of the defendant?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Malley. The objection is sustained.
With respect to what you knew as the path of travel from of the defendant, the information that you obtained from the CSLI, what, if any, relationship was there between that and the path of travel you knew of the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow
It's consistent.
Now, sir, as far as the ranging data, what, if anything, were you able to do with the ranging data in relation to a visual depiction of that?
Similar to the maps we just saw using Google Earth, I made a visual representation of what the records display, specifically where the antenna is. But I took that additional step to measure the distance out from the antenna that's depicted in the records and draw a semicircle line depicting where that range would lie.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pages. Ask you to look at that and if I can push through. Do you recognize those documents, sir?
Yes,
What do you recognize those to be?
the series of maps I created using the ranging or engineering report.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Bit 576.
Your Honor, may I return them to the witness?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, if I could display them to the jury, which has now been marked as 5 seconds.
Okay.
Now, turning your attention to the second page of what's now been marked as Exhibit 576. Is that what's up on the screen? What you have before you as Exhibit 576, the second page in, is that what's up on the screen, Lieutenant?
Yes,
Now, if you could, again, what time frame are we looking at here?
12:17 a.m.
And again, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, describe to the jury what's depicted in this particular slide.
So two locations that are, again, as a frame of reference, 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the Waterfall Bar and Grill are depicted with icons. You'll notice a red lollipop would be the best description icon here. And next to it, you see a number and the words either first or last. This one, 3, first or in last. If you were to go back to the record of the ranging report, you would go to line 3, and that's where you would find this record. So it's just an easy way to cross-reference the map with the documents. With these ranging reports, it gives me the range that the handset was from the antenna at the beginning of the communication and at the end of the communication. So that's the first range and the last range. That's why we're using those words. You'll notice a line that goes straight out to the semicircles. That line denotes what's called the azimuth, and I've failed to kind of describe what an azimuth is. So as antennas are placed in these locations, they're pointed in a direction. Now, they're not typically a 360-degree antenna. Some are, but mostly they're not. They're pointed in a direction and have a beam width. Rule of thumb, and as you'll see with the records with Verizon, it says typically it's 120-degree beam width, because they'll place 3 around the circle and you get 360 degrees. So with this record here, I know what the azimuth is. I then draw a semicircle in each direction. I'll go beyond that 120 degrees just to give deference to maybe it was on the outer edges of that. So I want to give the tie to it was maybe further away. So that's what's depicting on the map.
Now, with reference to this semicircle itself, if I could ask, is the semicircle that is being drawn, what does that exactly denote as to the location of the handset or the cell phone?
The report is telling me that the handset is somewhere on that semicircle. So the phone could be anywhere from here on the semicircle all the way around to there on the semicircle.
So again, it's not denoting sort of that the handset of the phone is within the confines of the semicircle, but actually on the line that you've drawn.
Correct.
And if I could ask you to flip to the next slide, and let's go to the next one, please. Now, with reference to what's up on the screen now, Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at here?
5:18 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer for you, draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this slide.
So the 2 icons are again appear on the map: Waterfall Bar and Grill, 34 Fairview Road. Here is that red lollipop, which is the antenna that's used during the communication. The azimuth, or the direction in which the antenna is facing, is depicted on there, and 2 semicircles. The first one and the last one. As a frame of reference, I failed to put the Temple Beth Abraham, which would appear right here.
Now, from this, what's depicted in these last 2 exhibits, as far as what you're able to plot out from the CSLI and the ranging data, what, if anything, what, if any, significance did that have as far as in reference to the investigation and the handset or the defendant's phone?
It's important to figure out the movements of someone that we're investigating for a crime. So these ranging records really narrow down the scope of they're somewhere around this antenna to it's possible they were somewhere on this line. Again, these records are just depicting where the handset was, but as we all know, we all travel with our cell phone within arm reach.
And again, it's in reference to this ranging data in the last 2 slides here. What, if any, relationship did you find that to have with other information, being videos and witness statements that you obtained during the course of the investigation?
So as we previously showed, Temple Beth Abraham, which would be located here, just south of this intersection here, depicts a large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street. That SUV is similar to the defendant's. And with this record here, a phone associated with the defendant was somewhere on this arc at that exact same time.
So may I have a moment, Chairman?
Yes.
But is it the Ark of the Covenant?
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
And there she is, the wild Karen, caged in the courtroom today. A bloody day it is.
So it's Sunday, Bloody Sunday?
Sunday, bloody Sunday. Karen Reed, accused murderess. Future wife to Shuggy.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Here we go.
Here we go. Are you ready to rumble?
Good morning.
I'm not going to go in any particular order, so forgive me if I bounce around just a little bit.
Got to confuse everybody, don't you?
That on direct examination this morning, that you didn't seek a search warrant for 34 Fairview, the interior of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, nobody under your supervision sought such a search warrant either, correct?
Correct.
You explained that in your mind, there was no probable cause to seek a search warrant for the interior of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also admitted that you didn't seek consent, for which you don't have to have probable cause if you get consent, correct?
Correct.
You could ask me right now, hey, Alan, can I look at your cell phone? If I say, sure, you do your thing, right?
I could.
But for a court to order that I hand over my cell phone, you got to get a search warrant, sign an affidavit, and get a court to agree with it, correct?
Yes.
You've applied for myriad search warrants in your career, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Very experienced, correct?
Supposedly.
And I expect that there
Morning,
have been
Glover Mom.
circumstances, Lieutenant Tully, in which you sought a search warrant and the judge says, no, I don't think there's enough here, correct?
Yes.
You don't get in trouble for that, correct?
With whom? No.
With the court.
No.
Well, it's not illegal.
It's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking it if you in good faith believe that there's a reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the time that it takes to author it and put it together and go to the court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course. But in a homicide investigation, you're not going to fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct?
Yes.
Of course. You indicated that you did not believe that there was information sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes.
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
Yes.
You knew that that home was located at 34 Fairview.
Yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
As well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct.
You also know that he was found without a coat on.
Yes.
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
It's user's choice.
Fair enough. 18 degrees, you would expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go without a jacket.
All right. A true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
He didn't have any coat, gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
Correct.
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect that they would have some winter garb on, correct?
Jackson.
You certainly would expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, they might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Jackson.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
They might also leave it in the
Probably
coat.
predicated on where you take it off.
Right.
And your relationship to the location.
Right. Reasonable
If you ever put it
assumption
on.
might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Jackson.
Is that a
Might be in a
reasonable
car.
assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
It's not reasonable that he would have his jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term the house. You talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Still don't.
to even ask? Could he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
So I'm asking if you believe it was reasonable if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes.
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Well, the facts you had at the initial stages, I'm talking about just after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except he just didn't have a shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes.
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
We looked at the
This line of questioning
former,
has got
and we
to
located
generate
it
a
there.
sidebar.
You also are aware that a body is being dragged by the shoulders, could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Gee,
I don't have
and
experience
that
with
would
that.
and that would leave damage to
Certainly
the
not
heel
outside
of
realm
the.
possibility as a professional investigator.
It's
right?
possible.
You're also aware that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation, correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanan, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility. And you're aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, sorry, as well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the early morning hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins until February 10th, right?
Objection.
So in that form, that is sustained. Ask it differently, Mr.
When was
Jackson.
Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th?
To-
Yeah, in February, not January 29th, certainly.
Correct.
Although he was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might have changed the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to narrow it down to make sure that this person was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do an investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence. Correct.
But in point of fact, nobody did seek a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look.
Correct.
And nobody asked for consent.
Correct.
I want to ask you about the Sallyport video, if I could. Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, tell me which footage you obtained and where. And there's several videos, Lieutenant, and it can be confusing. So if you could be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered it.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sallyport video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all of the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was a video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
Ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Tully, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant time frames throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existing.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any note about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan, and then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Reviewed it.
You'd have to ask.
Is that
You'd have to
somehow
ask Sergeant
uploaded
Buchanan.
onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system somehow for safekeeping?
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. You know, it's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server.
We will memorialize it somewhere, yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive, all right. And then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay, and do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Buchanan reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video existed?
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, there was some testimony about taillight pieces that were found at the location, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the magistrate for a question? With the court's permission, I've asked for the evidence bags that were entered into evidence yesterday.
Okay. May take a minute.
Before I get to the the evidence bag, may I inquire? Thank you. Before I get to the evidence bag, Lieutenant Tully, one more, or maybe a couple of more questions about the Sally Port video. You indicated that you received additional video from Chief Rafferty once she dropped it off. You said within a couple of months.
Yeah, additional that package, yes.
What was the original Sally Port video that you received? In other words, what were you following up on?
What you had previously described as a grainy black-ish video.
Okay, and so just to be clear and close that loop, when did you receive that video, if you can tell us?
Which one, the grainy one?
The grainy one.
Earlier in the investigation.
A year ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you believe it was pretty early on in the investigation?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the mechanism was that you received that? If Chief Rafferty is the one that gave over the clear video, how did you get the grainy video?
I don't know.
Was it you that received it, or do you believe that you commissioned Trooper Proctor to go get that video?
It would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it.
Correct.
Yesterday, you testified that it's obviously your responsibility as not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took photographs of the items that were recovered on that initial search, and you took those photographs in place where they were found, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of one of the photos, you indicated that it had been moved by a shovel, and then you instructed the individual put it back down where it was found, and then that's the point at which you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
You took an establishing shot, then a closer shot, and then I think even a third close-up shot, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated pretty clearly yesterday what the evidence that you found at the scene was a red plastic taillight piece that was recovered first, then 3 feet or so to the south of that, the shoe was recovered, and then 1 to 2 feet south of that, another red plastic piece, and then a clear plastic piece next to that, correct?
Yeah, you get the last two inverted. It's clear, then red. But
Inversion, it's becoming a theme. Sorry about that. So it was a clear piece,
So I'm going to strike that comment.
clear piece, and then a red piece next to the clear piece.
yes.
3 pieces of
Surprised
plastic
she didn't
in
say
total, and a shoe.
asshole after that one.
No, there was with the clear piece, there was 2 pieces with it. So clear plastic, multiple pieces of the clear plastic.
Okay, so yesterday when we saw the photographs that you testified to, there was 1 piece of clear plastic that was photographed, right?
2.
Didn't the photograph have 1 sort of arc-shaped clear piece of plastic that you described as having did you say dimples or stippling?
Yes, I think I said dimples.
Okay. What was the second photo?
The next photo that was displayed was the second piece of clear plastic taillight.
So in fact, that would be 4 pieces of plastic.
Yes.
Okay. But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found 3 pieces of plastic, correct?
I didn't number the piece of plastic, if I recall my report correctly. I said we found clear plastic. And as I displayed out of the bag, there was 2 pieces of clear plastic that we...
But there was only a photograph of 1.
No, there wasn't.
And your report says 3 total pieces of plastic, doesn't it?
No.
Let's take a look.
Do you have your report with you, Detective Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Take the break. Take the break. Take the break.
He is a shit.
These are not the breaks you're looking for.
Can I have those photographs from
Do you think-
yesterday?
Do you think Karen is reading his bill?
Your Honor, is it possible that we can take our recess so I don't waste the jurors' time? I can use my time wisely.
Sure, sure. All right, jurors, we'll take our morning.
John
recess.
O'Keefe's mother's cracking up right now.
Well, that's because Jackson can't find what he's looking for. He thinks
I know,
he has
I
this
know.
report, and it doesn't say what he thinks it does.
Yeah, well, yesterday when Yannetti got called out, she did this big feigned dramatic surprise at him as he was walking up to the sidebar.
Yeah.
Oh, she is awesome.
That's not.
So, folks, as they go to break, we're going to play about 5 minutes of
Right, Jim,
music
that's
so
okay.
everyone can get their own break in, and then we'll be back.
Yay.
Just.
I could have sworn it said that. Ugh.
Sergeant! Sergeant! Sergeant!
Sergeant! Okay, folks, so we're going to take, let's see, which one are we going to play? And this is from 15th Band. I think we'll play a 404 song. So you got about 4 minutes to do what you got to do, then be back with us. They are probably going to take a 15-minute break here. So you're not going to miss anything for about 10 minutes at least, but we'll be back in 4 minutes. So do what you got to do. And,
Maybe. You're not my daddy. You can't tell me what to do.
but I can go to break, so I can go do what I need to do. And we are back. Good morning, everyone. Did you get what you had to do done?
Yes.
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 I did an
number two
abbreviated, in-depth study of the interior of my eyelids.
Oh, so you took a nap.
I wouldn't call it a nap.
And Shuggy's not even back yet, so. Dax, she is not guilty yet. She's presumed innocent until the absence of facts prove her guilty.
Well,
now flush,
I think it's
Shuggy.
been.
Flush, Shuggy.
Wash your hands, Shuggy.
I was getting a cup of coffee and a cigarette. Shut up.
And don't wash your hands in the toilet bowl again.
Ew. Jackson is getting this so badly wrong, isn't he?
And I think the more appropriate answer for Dax would be, yes, she's guilty, but she hasn't been found guilty in court yet.
Yes. Though they are claiming she's 100% innocent and that this is a frame job, yet we have not heard any of these witnesses admit to any frame job.
I thought.
We got 3 Facebook likes so far today. Ooh, special.
We did. Thank you. Thank you, Jared, Fonda, and Lance. So 3 today. 3.
Oh, and no Karen yet today.
Yeah, no Karen today.
Uh-oh.
She might be asleep. Or she might have gone on to other coverage without us.
Or she might not have remembered to hit that like button is all.
Remember, like, share, and subscribe, folks. And if you're feeling really cheeky, you could also tip us over on Facebook using Stream Elements. The link is at the top. And let's see if anyone did. I do know we owe somebody because GF forced him to. We do have Greg. Thank you, Greg Jonick, for a $10 Stream Elements. Keep refreshing until I get first spot. And then the $20 from
Blessing, Greg Johnny. Blessing.
We had a $20 tip yesterday that came after the show from Anonymous. Here is my membership fee that Gia said I had to pay to be allowed in her recipe area on Discord. Lol, keep the lights on. It's almost AC season. So, thank you so much, Anonymous, for that one.
Almost AC season?
Yeah, I've had the...
Maybe for Shuggy, because, Scotland.
Doesn't require AC.
I've had the AC on since, I never turned it off because it filters out the wonderful things outside. Since last summer, probably. I sleep with the AC on so I can breathe.
It's just 10 o'clock in the morning and it's already up into the mid-80s here.
Damn. Jim, do you have a huge filtration system on yours because of your allergies?
Nope, it's a regular AC unit. Regular old window unit. And don't mind me, I am eating chili with toast. Not chili de Castro. Just regular old...
Ew!
Oh, dear. Well, I spent the morning researching Starlink. I'm tempted.
Make sure it's the version 3 of the disc, because I don't have version 3 yet, so you can go steal it from Shuggy. And
thanks.
And we do have a 4th like. Thank you, Lisa. Over on Facebook. Of course, see, I can't, it only tells me one person now. It doesn't normally tell me who's watching on Facebook. Even if we know we're getting likes, it always says 0, but today it says 1. Well, we've got 3 folks watching on X, and the rest of you watching here on YouTube. So thank you for being here with us. We'll be here till 4:30 p.m. Eastern today.
So no one is watching on
Yay.
YouTube.
Well, there's 33 people watching on YouTube.
Okay, well, you just don't pronounce it right, so it confuses me.
I know it's hard. My accent never changes, y'all.
So, Jim, talking of Starlink, what do you
Yes.
pay for your Starlink per month?
$100 billion.
The plan I'm on is $118 a month.
So about 75 quid. Okay.
If that's how it turns into it, yeah, it's $118.
And the rates might be different in Europe.
There might be, yeah. I find my cat. There you go. And Jim, is it work well normally? Nothing. Normally, Jim, does it work well for you?
Yeah. Except there are times, like lately at 5 a.m., it's decided to do updates or whatever. Because 5 a.m. for 10 minutes, it goes out. And for a time, it was 10 p.m. It really depends on when the switch over to the satellites above you, because it's a constantly changing stream of satellites in low Earth orbit up there. So every couple hours you switch networks, you switch from one to the other. And sometimes it proves problematic. Like we used to have the running joke that my Starlink went out at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. because it did every night, 10 p.m. for the longest time. It'd go out for 10 minutes. Just like at 5 a.m. Right now, it does the same thing. It's just something they're doing, which it won't reconnect to the system.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, if you're streaming at those times, it sucks, but thankfully it hasn't coincided with any of our streams so far. Tends to like the daylight hours.
Because looking at the UK, it's 75 quid a month, unlimited data, and the hardware is 150.
Only 150?
Yeah. Yeah, the hardware here is 500.
Yeah, I had to buy the disc, the dish plus the router and all that, and that was close to 600 once I got the extra cabling.
Hang on, let's have a look. It is tempting, I must admit.
Well, it's worth it, yeah. Compared to what I had ancient DSL, and I had barely 1 Mbps at you know, the best it would do is 1 Mbps, while my Starlink does about 120 to 150 Mbps. So I can actually download stuff like case in point, pre-Starlink, we downloaded a game for my nephew when he was here. And I was like, this is going to take about a week for it to download, constantly downloading. A Red Dead Redemption 2, in fact, that was downloading to Xbox. Took him 9 days for that thing to download. When I reformatted my Xbox, I downloaded that in about an hour. So 9 days compared to an hour.
It is tempting, I have to say. But fun enough, it doesn't come with a pole. It comes with a kickstand. So where the hell you put that outside, I don't know.
Well,
and the pivot
in
mount.
the States, yeah, in the States at least you can buy the pole from them.
Well,
we have
yeah, I was about to say, so that's for another 150 quid. So in fact, it puts my hardware same as yours.
Right.
Tempted.
Do it.
Parsons, yeah, it was as ancient DSL as you could get, and the only reason we could get that was because we still had copper cables when they built this house in the 60s. Everything was still copper then.
Well, I still have DSL, and mine's plenty fast enough, and only $30 a month or $35 a month.
Well, we've never had cable up here. There's no lines for cable. There's no lines for fiber optic. There's nothing up here. So it's a godsend for us, just to have anything up here that's faster than what we had. Also, like I said, we couldn't get cable. We had to live on DirecTV. Other people have Dish up here. Dish isn't as good in my book, but now I can stream whatever I want with up to like 3 or 4 people watching 4K at the same time. So it's not just the speed; it's also the stability.
Yeah. I mean, I've got 2 networks here, and I pay 90 quid in total for both of them, and they're not great. I was wondering if it might make sense to go Starlink.
It probably would.
It does. Do it, Triggy. Do it.
But the problem is, Phil, I've got to open the wallet, and that's going to take me about 10 hours to undo all the locks. So
that's it. Let alone Scott. You have to address Scotland Yard because the alert's going to go off as soon as you open that third lock. You know that.
No, it's not the third. That one I've disabled. It's the 6th that goes to Scotland Yard. The 7th anti-terrorist team. So yeah, you're right. But going back to the trial, I think that the DA is doing a bloody good job of getting ahead of all the defense arguments. I know it's taking longer than he thought he was going to do, but he's doing a damn good job, isn't he? I think.
He's being boring, but effective.
Right. And I think, they caught on early on to what the defense strategy was, and so have been trying to do as much to hedge those. They did it with Proctor by, immediately getting out his fact that he's extremely unprofessional and kind of a dickhead.
Yeah. And then today with O'Hara, I mean, I'm expecting Jackson to come back and say, well, why did Verizon put the tower there, not there? And why the bloody hell did they name it that, not that? And by the way, who decides UTC in the time zones? But
well, strangely, Turtle Boy had copies of still images and was presenting them on his Twitter about 5 minutes before they came up in court. So he was, as Lally was putting them up, Turtle Boy had already had the images up, already had tried to debunk him in his own Turtle Boy way, and we're really not that far behind. I mean, we're about a minute behind, or 2 minutes behind, which I just rectified by fast forwarding. But Turtle Boy had all of this, well, this is why it's not true, and that's why it's not true. And you're like, well, dude, okay.
Is all the information that Turtle Boy's tweeting in advance of it appearing in court, is that going to harm or not his own court case when that comes up? Do you think?
Well, his court case is about witness intimidation. So unless he's still bad-mouthing the witnesses, I don't think it's going to matter.
Well, it might, there's our Facebook, Karen.
Good morning, Karen.
Hey, Karen.
Good morning, Karen.
But, oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind.
One of those days,
coffee.
Don't blame you.
Karen distracted you. I can tell.
But it's
That is a
Tom.
record for Facebook likes today. So YouTube, if we've got 5 people on YouTube or 5 people on Facebook, how about a couple likes on YouTube?
Done it.
So what you're saying is today is a record-breaking day for us.
Yes, it's a record-breaking day for us because Jackson's got nothing in his pants, as Gia just said on side chat.
So he's
Or
chilly.
sorry, she says Jackson got nuttin'. So while we were in this, I think I announced the Glenn Serial news. He posted a video this morning, apparently, that he has served Mukilteo with his $50 million lawsuit, alleging that he was wrongly arrested for the Gods Can't Be Arrested case, and that they said he had a gun, and they lied. They all lied, saying he had a gun. And they all need to be fired right now.
Okay.
And when he came into the building, he was addressed by 3 people, 2 men and a woman. One of them was the clerk, and the clerk was the only one who could accept service. They're telling him, Glenn, you don't hand it to me because I can't accept service. She's the only person who can legally accept service. We just want to make sure that you're doing this right so the court will accept it. And he's like, no, you're just playing games. I can hand it to anyone. And you've been served. I've done this so many times before. So you guys just lying. And they're like, okay, whatever, Glenn. I want to see the statute saying that, because she's lying. She's just playing games.
Mm-hmm.
So she went in the back, and he stood there for the next 20 minutes waiting for her. And that's how the video ended.
You know, it's sad that auditors aren't aware of the third branch of government, which can, enact its own rules. So
I want
yeah,
to know what color. I want to know what color crayon he used in his filing.
It seemed
True.
to be printed out.
does he actually have a lawyer, or is he doing this on his own?
I think he's doing it on his own.
Okay. Well, this will get dismissed quickly.
So hang on a second. Didn't he go to Vegas to go and see Chili in jail?
Supposedly.
At one point. Do you think it's what they discussed? His new upcoming lawsuit?
I don't even think he got to see Chili. Because who the hell is Glenn Serio? To Chili? And we are back.
We're back. Guys, I'm going to bail and crack on, but thanks for having me up. See you all later. Thanks, Jim.
See you later.
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
Let's go back, because Jackson was making a fool out of himself when we last left off.
On January 29th, 2022, obviously it's important to be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
That's one method, yes.
You might have personal handwritten notes
I
that
might.
would attend a search, correct?
Yes,
You might videotape part of it or all of it,
I could.
and then you could photo document it as well.
Yes.
But ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how something was found or what was found at the time is best done in a memorialization in a police report, correct?
That is one method, yes.
And that is the official record of what was done at the time and who did it, correct?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, draft a police report as it pertains to the search that was done by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you would take a look at the face page of that and tell me if that looks familiar to you.
It does.
Is that your report that you utilized? Is that the report that you wrote, rather, not utilized? Is that the report that you wrote documenting the search that was conducted, that we've testified to in front of this jury?
Yes.
What's the date of that report?
February 10th, 2021, which was a typo, should be February 2022.
Okay, so February 10th, 2022 was the date that you memorialized the information about the search, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was much, much closer in time than today, correct?
Yes.
Or yesterday, correct?
Correct.
If you turn to paragraph 3, could you review that paragraph and tell me, after you review it, if that refreshes your recollection about exactly what you indicated was found by you and the CERT team on January 29th, 2022?
My recollection of what was located remains the same. I do see that the report states that it was a piece of clear plastic.
Okay. So, in fact, your report says that at approximately 17:45 hours, which is what time?
5:45 p.m.
The CERT team located, quote, a piece of red plastic, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say it was consistent with brake light material from a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
And if you look down a couple of other sentences, you talk about the shoe that was then recovered, correct?
Yes.
Then if you look at the second to the last sentence, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located, correct?
Yeah, the quote is a second piece of red plastic. Yes.
Well, actually, the sentence before that, sentence just above that, starting with a few feet south.
Yes.
It reads, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic.
That's not what it says. Would you like me to read it?
Oh, I'm reading it. Sure, read it.
Okay. The sentence is several feet south of the clear plastic.
Lieutenant Tully.
Sorry.
Sentence above that, before that.
A few feet south of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes.
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
Allegedly.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located consistent with clear lens from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then, well, it's not just what it says, it's what you wrote.
Correct.
Right. Then the next sentence, which is the sentence you were about to read, go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes.
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
See, overruled, I don't know. What's the objection?
Form.
No, I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay. Then yesterday, you were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes, correct? The evidence bags.
Could I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry. 570, 571. Those are the bags that you opened yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
Okay. That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570 evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I think there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you, Your
inside
Honor.
that.
Attorney Jackson, could you just repeat your request again, make sure I have it correct?
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's start with 570.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is, so if you could just open it and look inside and describe for us which items are inside that bag.
So 570, the description is pieces of red hard plastic taillight cover contained inside this bag.
Look down in there and tell me, do you see red plastic pieces?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out 2 pieces and indicated that's what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
As I take a closer look, there are 2 pieces and there is a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Can you pull that fragment out as well? Can you show that to the jury? Okay, you can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that evidence bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. Go ahead and close that. Open up the second bag. I'll go ahead with the court's permission. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gee, maybe one of the broken pieces broke even further, huh?
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, the next bag is exhibit 571, is that right?
Yes.
Could you please open that and let's go through the same process? Just look inside.
Let's
and tell
go
us
through
what
it
you see.
now.
Inside 571, there are 2 pieces of clear plastic.
Let me go and replace those. May I approach? Thank you, Lieutenant. Those 2 bags are supposed to represent what was found by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
There's 5 pieces of plastic, 3 red, 2 clear, correct?
As we sit here today, yes.
My question, Lieutenant Tully, is where did the other pieces of plastic come from?
Be more specific? Which pieces?
Where did the extra 2 pieces of plastic come from in those evidence bags?
Well, it appears to me that small fragment I pulled out may have potentially come from the larger piece. The
I
other,
think that, just to clear that up, you believe, as you sit here, that smaller piece was broken off from one of the larger pieces,
I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
okay?
So yeah, that's what it appears to me by looking in the bag.
And by the way, Lieutenant, this isn't a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything. You were there and you recovered the pieces and you described recovering 3 items of evidence, correct?
No.
Didn't you just read in your report? I'll read it again, last sentence. The sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence.
That's 4. That's 4.
Sorry, I said items of evidence, items of plastic. Let's leave the sneaker out of our discussion for the time being.
Okay.
Okay. You were the one that conducted the search, correct?
The CERT team conducted the search. I was
You
present.
analyzed the search.
Yes.
You were there photographing the things that were covered in the search,
Yes.
and ultimately you were responsible for bagging those items up, correct?
Yes.
There are 5 items in that bag, or in those 2 bags, right? Just the plastic.
Correct.
And yet your report very clearly says there were 3 items of plastic evidence recovered at the scene, correct?
Yes.
So my question, once again, is where did the extra 2 items come from? The pieces of plastic.
Well, as memorialized on the bag, it says pieces of clear plastic. So I'll take the hit that my report does not properly memorialize it. But I would argue that the handwritten notes on the bag that are contemporaneous to the collection of the evidence would be more accurate, as is in my memory of 2 clear plastic things being collected. Now, as to the third piece, again, I'm making an assumption, but it appears that that is a small piece that was separated from the other 2 pieces.
You don't know that that small piece separated from the other 2 by being broken off, do you?
No, I don't.
Just a guess on your part, right?
It's a guess. The bags were, out of our custody at the crime lab for a period of time. They had done an analysis. We did an evidence review with you, yourself, and the defense counsel on December 1st of last year, where we pulled all the evidence out. It was memorialized by your investigator, and it was put back in the bags.
You didn't see our investigator snapping pieces off the plastic, right?
He did not.
You planted it. You planted
I want
it.
to shift gears for a second, Lieutenant, and talk a little bit about the cell records that you testified to.
A small fragment. Therefore, you can't trust the larger fragments.
That you testified about during your training, the 200 plus hours of training that you had. You've learned how to read Verizon records to determine cell towers that are used in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You were also taught how to read Verizon call records to determine the sector or the side that a cell tower is pinging, for lack of a better word, called a cell face, correct?
Yes.
All right. One of the May I approach? No?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant, one of the documents that you rely on pretty heavily is ultimately it's a call record that gives you certain information provided by whoever the carrier is, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you or the portion of the call record that's in front of you?
It appears to be a portion from the call detail records we referenced earlier.
Okay. My questions about this are relatively simple. There is a sector number that provides information that describes the directionality, if you will, of the target phone number, which part of the cell tower that target phone number or that target device was facing, correct?
Yes.
In your maps, did you include any of the cell face data about which portion of the cell tower was pinging vis-a-vis the phone that was being tracked?
No. Can I explain why I made that decision?
Please do.
When the trouble with depicting and making exhibits when relative to cell phone records is you don't want to make the map too complicated. So as I describe it to the jury, I want to make sure that the record is clear. Now, I don't typically will use the sector as part of my maps. I would argue that it gives greater deference to the defendant because the phone could be anywhere within a 360-degree area of the antenna opposed to a narrower 120-degree area around that antenna. So for the purposes of making a clear depiction, I typically will not use sector unless it's absolutely important to show that a handset was in a specific location.
And so you did not include the sector information on the maps that you provided, both to Mr. Lally that you showed to the jurors and provided us, correct?
Yes, as relative to the CSLI ones, yes.
So in point of fact, according to the map at least, wherever that little triangle is, that red triangle that you use to denote the cell tower and the antenna, the responsive phone, the device, would be anywhere on a 360-degree azimuth from that antenna, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the one map that was related to 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Remember that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. There were several maps shown. May I approach?
Yes.
That's a copy of a page of an exhibit that's already been marked and entered into evidence. You recognize that?
Yes.
And that's a copy of your map that you did dealing with ENBID 57021, correct?
Yes.
And the time frame was 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And by the way, do you know what ENBID stands for?
No, that's why the legend key is helpful. It's node is the NB, but I'm unsure on the E.
Evolved Node B Identifier, right?
Is that a question? Yeah, that's possible. Yes.
It is my question.
Okay.
Refresh your recollection. That's what it means.
I'd have to look at the key again, but that sounds right.
So an evolved, if that's what it stands for, an evolved Node B identifier, and then a series of numbers after that is simply sort of the proper name for a particular tower.
Correct.
No two towers have the same ENBID, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to, and I'm just going to call it ID 57021, do you see what appears to be, on your map, what appears to be the cell tower that is associated with that ID number, 57021?
Yes.
Okay. And there's one address that's denoted on your map, correct? At 34 Fairview?
No, there's multiple.
Okay. What are the other addresses that you noted on your map?
One Meadows Ave and Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
If I could hand you another map, does that appear to be a Google map?
Yes.
Does that generally track the map that you created, the darker map you created? Meaning it's the same basic scale?
It is not the same scale.
How much different is that scale?
The one you handed me is a zoomed in version of the map I created.
Okay. You recognize it as being a true and accurate reflection of a Google map that's just zoomed in a little bit on the same basic area?
As you just described, it appears to be Google Map
Okay.
creation.
And you see two addresses that are denoted on that Google map?
Yes.
What are those two addresses?
34 Fairview Road and 12 Country Lane.
And as you look at that Google map with both of those, given your experience with both of those addresses, those appear to be denoted accurately on that Google map?
It does. I would note that you can't see the roads really on this map that you handed me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you a question about
It's
the
kind
road.
of it's a white blur, so it.
Okay. But does it look like that's where 34 Fairview is and that's where 12 Country Lane?
But yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you for the third item that's denoted on the map, and that is the cell tower 57021. You see that denoted on the map?
Yes.
Does that appear to be generally accurate in terms of the spatial location of where that cell tower is?
Yes.
Move through the admission of that item, that document.
Objection.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Taking a look at that exhibit, would you agree that the cell tower 57021 is significantly closer to what's denoted as 12 Country Lane, the McCabe residence, physically as a crow flies, than it is to 34 Fairview?
I would not characterize it as significant.
How would you characterize it?
That it is closer.
Okay. May I publish, Sean?
Okay.
Take a look. Just a second. Take a look at the upper portion, upper right portion of the map that I just highlighted. What does that denote?
The cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line it's a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you see a legend indicating scale, how far that is.
I see, I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective of given your understanding and your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate delineation of the distance between the cell tower and that location, and that address?
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower on the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. Do you see those two items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those two items?
See it on the map?
All right. And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane looks like it's less than half the distance to 34 Fairview?
I wouldn't characterize it as it appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations as the crow flies.
Okay, meaning between the cell tower and 12 Country Lane,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
And it indicates approximately a mile, correct?
it does indicate that.
Okay. And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
It does indicate that.
All right. So would you agree that a mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4.
Thank you. We can take that out. You also noted that there were two cell towers much closer to 34. There are two cell towers much closer to 34 Fairview than the 57021, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you already noted that for the jurors that say at 6 a.m. or 6:05 a.m. and thereafter, when it's clear that Ms. Reed was at 34 Fairview, she found the body of John O'Keefe, that her phone was relaying to those two towers bouncing back and forth. Right?
Yes.
Those two towers are 57171, correct? Sorry, I don't test your memory like that. I can. There we go. Can I approach?
Yes.
This is just his grand jury stuff, the same stuff that you should. I'm just going to give you that packet, Lieutenant. Like I said, it's not a memory test. If that helps refresh your recollection of the name of the two towers closest to 34 Fairview. Do you have that in mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the two towers closest to 34 Fairview are 57171, correct?
Yes.
And 57286, is that right?
Yes.
And both of those towers picked up Miss Reed's signal at 12:33 a.m. and again after 6:03 a.m., correct?
You asked me about 1233, so it's okay if I'm going to refer back in the exhibit?
Of course.
And that is correct. It hit the 57171.
And then after 6 a.m., it was also picking up, bouncing, I think you said bouncing back and forth between 57171 and 57286.
Yes.
Both of those towers were picking her up.
Yes.
Importantly, though, between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., neither of those two towers ever picked up her phone or any signal from her phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So based on those facts, it's far more likely that Karen Reed was actually at Jennifer McCabe's, on her way to Jennifer McCabe's at and around 5 a.m. than going to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach just to retrieve?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I didn't read the mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. That goes with that, I believe. Oh, you handed me that. Here's the marked item.
Perfect. Make sure that's there.
There were two other documents you had handed me previously that are not marked.
Okay. Thank you, Rod. I just want to touch very briefly on the ranging data, the RTT records. What does RTT stand for?
Depends on who you ask from Verizon, either range to tower or round trip time.
Have you ever heard real-time tool?
I have.
Okay, so that's the RTT has several acronyms, but real-time tool is one of them, correct?
Yes.
the RTT data is what you earlier described as a ranging data or access distance, correct?
I didn't use the term access distance. I know that Verizon may, but I said ranging.
So it's just in common vernacular, it's the distance from the tower or from the antenna to where the signal is going, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Could you please review that and tell me if you recognize what's depicted on that document?
I recognize it to be one of the entries from the RTT report for the account we're talking about.
I'm sorry. And it's around 5:18 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you utilize this report or portions of this report, including this entry, to come up with your data, especially as it relates to ranging data, correct?
Yes.
Do you see the column on that document called cross duration sex, right? Procedure duration sex.
I do.
What does that mean?
That is the amount of time in which this communication occurred.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that the length of time for the RTT event is calculated in seconds, correct?
It is.
All right. Do you see the row in the exhibit that indicates the time 5:18 a.m.?
Yes.
And do you see a column that's labeled procedure start time?
Yes.
And right next to it, there's a procedure end time, correct?
Yes.
Are those the start times and the end times that you earlier testified to in front of the jury about the event in question at 5:18 a.m. or thereabouts, the start of the interaction or the communication with the device and the end of the communication with the device?
Yes.
When you say communication with the device, what does that mean? What are you referring to?
It-
A phone call, a text, something?
We don't know. As I testified to, the ranging reports will create entries even unbeknownst to the user. So I have no information with this record before me about what the user was or was not doing with the phone.
But your testimony is that those two arcs that we saw, those respective arcs that we saw, your testimony is that this RTT data, in your view, establishes that she was on the device, not she, but the device was on the first arc at the start time, and it was on the second arc at the end time.
I'm going off the ranging that they give me.
And then you created those two arcs. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the definition of those two arcs are in your map.
The definition comes from the first distance and last distance, which is denoted on this exhibit you have in front of me here.
Okay, and the first distance is what?
0.82 miles.
Okay, and the second distance is, from memory, I think it's 0.97?
Correct.
All right. That's a difference of what? We do the math.
1.5 miles.
0.15 miles, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay. And do you see the procedural duration column indicated on that document?
I do.
Okay. And the procedure duration column indicates 0, doesn't it?
Yes.
However, if we look very closely at the start time and the end time, they're not actually the same times, are they?
Correct.
There's a difference in those two times. Can you tell the jurors what that difference is?
It is 4 thousandths of a second.
0.004 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that you believe that the start and end distances for the RTT event in question indicate two different locations for that device. In other words, the start time, it was on the first arc. The end time, it was on the second arc. You don't know where on the arc, but somewhere on those two arcs.
Using the ranging data, I created a map,
I
and
understand.
that's what I did.
Okay, and so the device would have moved from the first arc to the second arc, correct?
Yes.
Right. You're familiar with, obviously, the formula to determine speed using distance and time, correct?
Yes.
All right. Can you calculate for us the speed that the device would have traveled to go from the first arc to the second arc over a distance of 0.15 miles in 4 thousandths of a second?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me see if I can help. So distance sorry, speed is calculated as distance divided by time, right?
Yes.
If you divide 0.15 miles by 4,000ths of a second, you come up with 37.5 miles per second. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you do the calculation in your head?
No, sir.
You need a calculator?
I would.
Your Honor, if
I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Sidebar, get your sidebar. Fresh hot sidebar.
Finally, get to pass two. God, that took forever. Oh,
You've been sitting on the John for that long?
I have. Oh, jeez.
That must have been hell on the hemorrhoids.
It was, yes. Yes, it was.
Aye, 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 folks. That was the longest trek in the bathroom he's had since college. But that one involved the other end. Never, ever, ever get the Chinese chicken at an Italian restaurant. Just saying. So, folks, as we've got the sidebar in front of us, remember we're here till about 4:30 today. So another 4.5 hours of this lovely, lovely coverage here on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Tonight at 6:30. Tonight at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, we'll be live again for our daily newscast. That's also at 5:30 p.m. where it counts, 4:30 p.m. Mountain, and 3:30 p.m. on the West Coast. I have been told by my partners that Central Time will stay where it's at. Or
yes.
Yes.
Unmuted.
Or there will be a mutiny.
There'll be a mutiny.
Mr. Natoli, do you happen to have your cell phone with you?
I thought you were going to ask the other question first with your numbers.
I can. Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you, let me ask you if you would agree with this, that 0.15 divided by 0.004 is 37.5.
I'd have to write it out. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
If you had a calculator in front of you, could you do it?
I could.
You don't have your cell phone with you.
I do not.
With the court's permission, I've got mine right here. I can turn it on. Or my co-counsel has one.
How about, can you use Madam Court Reporter's cell phone and do that? She's closest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could
Math
divide
is hard.
0.15 by 0.004, let me know what you come up with.
37.5.
So that would be, given the fact that the distance, as calculated, as indicated on that record, the distance is 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, right?
No, I would push back as to when the distance was being created. That's the first distance and last distance.
Correct. What you indicated was the cell phone of the device was on the first arc during the first time, and the start time, and on the second arc at the end time. All I'm asking is some basic math. So you would agree that if the calculation we just did, or you just did, is 0.15 miles divided by 4,000ths of a second, that is 37.5 miles per second, to stay consistent, miles per second, correct?
But I don't agree with the premise of the question. So
You don't have to agree with the premise of the question. I'm asking you about the math.
Oh, the math is correct, yes.
The math is correct, right? It's miles per second, correct?
Yes.
Based on that calculation. In order to get to miles per minute, you multiply it by 60, correct?
Yes,
Can you do that for me, please?
Madam Clerk. The question again, sir, I'm sorry.
Yes. Multiplying 37.5 times 60 would give us miles per minute. What is that number?
2,250.
And if we wanted to go to miles per hour, which we're more familiar with, multiply it by 60 again, wouldn't you? And what's that number?
1,035,000. Excuse me, sorry. 135,000.
135,000 miles per hour, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree if the premise is moving from the arc, the first arc, moving 0.15 miles to the second arc over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour, correct?
In your question, you said 1.5 miles travel. It's 0.15 miles. You corrected me. I'm going to throw it back at you, sir.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right.
Okay. 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would
Math
have to be
is
traveling
hard.
135,000 miles per hour. It's basic math, correct?
While I agree with that, I would push back. That's probably not what the record is indicating.
You would agree that that is physically impossible, correct?
For a cell phone, yes.
Right. And you would also agree that since
no.
that's impossible, you're not suggesting to this jury that the device moved from arc 1 to arc 2 in 4 thousandths of a second. That can't be what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. In fact, what actually makes more sense is that the signal was moving to and from the device at light speed, 186,000 miles per second.
It does. Radio
waves move at what?
speed of light.
Speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, as you indicated on direct examination, if that return signal, the bounce, is in any way refracted, it takes a deviation. It's not straight because of something like, I don't know, weather, precipitation, or snow, then it would take longer to get back to the antenna, correct?
That's fair.
And that could be what's reflected in that map and the distance of the two arcs. Isn't that correct?
That's not my experience with these records.
But you do agree that in fact the device, as you indicated earlier, moved from arc 1 to arc 2 from the start time to the end time. That's impossible.
No, I'm saying that the records reflect that the first time the distance was created, marked, and the second time the distance was marked, that's what's represented on the map.
Right, but you said that those are reflective of the start time and the end time, which is 4 thousandths of a second apart.
No, I don't know that's when these distances were created. It doesn't say start of procedure distance. It says first distance, last distance.
Actually, it says,
Actually, it says,
What I said it says.
I've got the copy of what I just gave you. I don't. Fair approach?
Yes.
It says neener, 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 neener.
I'm right because I'm compensating because I'm only 5'3", 5'3" inches tall.
5:18 and 19 seconds, 0.154, right?
Yes.
Procedure end time, 5:18, 19 seconds, 0.158, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
That's the difference. And that's the 4 thousandths of a second difference, correct?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said the start time and the end time are how you calculated the two different arcs,
No.
correct?
No.
Are you changing your testimony?
No. The map says first and last, as reflected in the record, first distance and last distance. So one could hold the map and this record next to each other and figure out how I determined those locations depicted on the map. It doesn't say start and end time. It says first and last.
Right. But
But it means the same
You
thing.
said that it was the beginning of the communication and the end of the communication, which are both reflected on that document, Lieutenant. The
Yes.
start time and the end time. I understand what you're saying about the distance. It's 0.15. Nobody's arguing about that.
Nobody's
You're
arguing.
saying- You said on direct examination that the distance was a difference between what time the first arc occurred and what time the second arc occurred. And there was a distance between it. And your testimony was the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. Just said it, right?
I'm saying the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. Yes.
And it would be impossible to do that in 4 thousandths, correct?
A cell phone. Yes.
You did one last issue, and I'm gonna deviate from the cell tower stuff. You got information during the course of your investigation that an eyewitness placed a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
As the supervising investigator, by the way, you're familiar with the fact that the eyewitness placed that Ford Edge sorry, see if I can start that over. The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it. I have concerns about.
By the way, were you satisfied with that?
No.
Why not?
Well, the person has given the statement multiple times, and it appears to have changed over those times. It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance, and also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If I had done that as a police officer, this court would throw out that identification.
So, did you find out? Anybody in the Albert family, for instance, on the Ford Edge?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody.
Did you look at automobile registration records?
I did not know.
Did you task anybody else to look at automobile registration records?
I believe Trooper Proctor and Sergeant McKennick had investigated that.
And do you have any idea what that investigation revealed?
I don't.
Did the Alberts own a Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
They did own a Ford Edge, didn't they?
Objection.
So the objection is sustained.
But nothing was done further that you're aware of to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being seen and placed in front of 34 Fairview, right where the body was found, between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, right?
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
So you just decided, and that investigation is, I didn't believe him, right?
No.
Yes. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally, anything?
Just briefly.
Go to lunch. Go to lunch. Shout at the devil. Shout at the devil. I buried Paul.
So as far as that last line of questioning, as far as the witness in the Ford Edge,
Jim is dead. Jim is
you mentioned that
dead.
there were several different stories, correct?
Yes.
Several different versions of the statement.
Yes.
And what were those different versions?
The first was that this person saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. The next one that I can recall is that the person stated that they were not on Fairview, but on Cedar Crest, some distance away, looking at this vehicle in a blizzard. Person also self-reported that he was colorblind, and he was operating a larger motor vehicle. The third story was a concern about the time. The third story was as he arrived, the Canton police had the street blocked off at about 4 a.m. and he places this Ford Edge outside the residence at a time before that. So we know through our investigation that the Canton police didn't arrive till shortly after 6 a.m. So the witnesses' times are off as well.
As far as the what you termed as a highly suggestive ID with the Ford Edge, can you explain what you mean by that?
As I read the report, the investigator had asked the person first a question. They stated that there was a vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road. The witness was then brought outside, and the investigator allegedly pointed to a motor vehicle that was in a parking lot, and it said, "Is that it?" And the witness said, "Yes, that's it." And so it's suggestive in the fact that it would be a single photo identification, which, you know, as a police officer, I would not give somebody one thing and be suggestive, "Is this it?" Because as the courts have ruled, that's highly suggestive, and the person's more likely to adopt that description of whatever they're describing, opposed to if you use other methods.
Now, when you were being asked on cross-examination about certain distances from the house at 34 Fairview to the area where you had recovered items, repeatedly you had been asked about a distance of 30 feet, correct?
I did.
From the items that you recovered, And the area that was described to you as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located shortly after 6 a.m. Is that 30 feet from the house?
No, where the items were a little further on the edge of the property, so it'd be closer to 40 or 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb or with reference to the street, how close was that?
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was a lot closer to the roadway, a lot closer to the curb than it was to the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
As far as what, if anything, did you find significant between the location of the evidence in relation to and Mr. O'Keefe in relation to the roadway versus in relation to the house?
The pieces of evidence were physically on the roadway, on the pavement, or a curb.
Just one question as it applies to the Sally Port video from the Canton Police Department. Are you aware of sort of how those videos were recorded as far as when they stopped, when they started?
Not off the top of my head, no. But the ones we have in possession, no.
As far as, and I'm sorry, let me ask the question probably a little more succinctly, but with reference to, are you familiar at all with the camera system at the Canton Police Station?
Vaguely, yes.
As far as, do you know whether or not it's motion active?
The Canton IT director stated that it was motion.
So the objection is sustained.
So let me ask you, are you aware that the cameras are motion active?
Objection.
As to form, it's sustained.
What, if anything, are you aware as to how the cameras record?
Objection.
I'm going to allow
You approach.
it. Okay?
Sidebar.
You are muted.
See that no good Shuggy leaves, and all of a sudden we have sidebars again.
Sidebars are rolling in.
Sidebars are everywhere, folks, because Shuggy has left the building. I don't know, it's a coincidence, or is it a conspiracy?
It's a conspiracy. Shuggy's just trying to suppress the sidebars.
Is Shuggy the reason why there were 3 pieces of red plastic instead of 2 in that bag?
Yes, because he's a clumsy fuck and he broke it.
And what about the 2 pieces of clear plastic, even though the bag said pieces? The report only said 1 piece.
Report's wrong.
How can we be assured that this person didn't lie about everything else? Did he lie about his name? Did he
You
lie
are
about
unmuted.
his age? Did he lie about the size of his manhood?
And is he lying about the cell phone not being able to travel that fast?
And is he lying about the calculations he
Lieutenant, when it
made
came
on
to the,
another calculator?
Sally Port video, at some point you did review them to some extent.
Yes.
Now, over the course of your review, what, if anything, did you note in reference to time? Was it sort of one long consistent, or did it jump?
It jumped.
And based on that, what, if any, conclusions did you draw as to how that video recorded?
It appeared to be motion activated. As these jumps occurred, it appeared to be triggered by motion.
Now, with reference to the items that were recovered on January 29th during the 13th search that you were present for, in addition to your police report, how, if at all, were they memorialized?
On the exterior of the paper bags that they were contained in.
And when was that done? Before or after February 10th, when your report was written?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Mullin.
When was the memorialization on the evidence bags done in relation to when you wrote the report?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
The difference would be the notes on the outside of the bag happened at the time of collection, and then I wrote my report 11 days later.
So, as far as your memory, as you sit here and testify today and yesterday, as far as the items that you took out of the bag, are those the same items that you recovered or were recovered by the search team on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, The information from the call detail records that Mr. Jackson presented to you, there was essentially two little columns, correct?
2 rows, yes.
Rows, excuse me. And was that sort of the entirety of what you reviewed as far as the call detail records in relation to generating the slides that were depicted to the jury?
No.
And sorry, may I approach you?
Yes.
May I see the exhibit? I'm sorry.
These are not marked.
The mark.
Which one?
Whatever the last one was, Mr. Yes, thank you. May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
Showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 577 with reference to what Mr. Jackson had given you earlier. Lieutenant, from what's depicted on there, what, if any, issues do you have with the depiction on that exhibit?
Like I mentioned, it's difficult to get a good sense of what we're looking at because the roads don't really appear on here. If they do, they're light and faint. There are the large black line kind of intersects with a lot of them, with the words of them. At the bottom, it looks like it's written map scale next to a scale, but I can't attest to the veracity of that. Those would be a couple problems I see.
Now, with reference to the slides that you created with the different time frames, not just the one single time frame. Again, the times that you observed or the location of the handset, of the cell phone of the defendants that you observed from the call detail records, were they consistent with other pieces of evidence that you had, whether it be video and or witness statements?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with the location of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Now, we're asked some questions about speed and distance traveled. And you indicated that you did not agree with the premise of Mr. Jackson's question, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it was about the premise or what it was that you did not agree?
So while I agree it would be impossible for the phone to travel at that distance, I disagree with the premise that the procedure that was being captured here and the distances may not be at the same time. So there may be the distance could have preceded the procedure and the end distance could have been after the procedure. There are other ways to capture that information. Again, all I'm doing, and I'm at the mercy of the records, is illustrating them. I then take the next step in order to corroborate that information, ideally through video and other location-based information.
Now, in relation to speed, is that something that you've done in other cases with call detail records?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you weren't able to do it here or didn't do it here. Can you explain why not?
By speed, do you mean route of travel or?
Yes.
So if I have a more robust set of records, so again, we're at the mercy of Verizon here. We only got a limited number of records from the ranging data. With other cases, if the phone is much more chatty with the antenna, if there's more lines of communication, I've seen lines of communication as frequent as every couple of seconds or less than a couple of seconds. As I map those out, I can make more of a determination of maybe the route of travel of the cell phone. So as I put the first arc, I'll then place the second arc on a map and say to myself, how could a handset get from the first arc to the second arc? And I'll have a number of possibilities. I will then lay out the third arc. Okay, how could a phone get from the second arc to the third arc, and repeat that process, narrowing down the different possibilities. And oftentimes I'm able to determine the route of travel, send investigators down to that route, and we find corroborating information.
And again, why was it that you weren't able to do that with this information that you received from Verizon in this case?
We received a limited number of entries on this record.
And what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the area or the geographic location as far as the town of Canton is concerned and the number of antennas there?
Well, as respective to the number of records, it's a larger area the cell phone could potentially be.
So in no way in your testimony, in your slides or anything else, are you suggesting that the device or the handset or the defendant's cell phone was traveling at that speed, correct?
Correct.
So could you explain to the jury again exactly what those arcs mean and what you are explaining with reference to?
Those records have a start distance and an end distance. I take those distances, place them on a map, starting where the antenna, there's also in that record, states it is. Draw a distance from that antenna, draw an arc at that distance with the radius being the distance that's on the record, and have an arc that's in excess of 120 degrees.
You also asked some questions about whether causing some sort of interference or something in relation to the recording with regard to antennas or which antenna a device might connect to. You indicated that was not your experience with these types of records. Can you expound upon that?
The greatest predictor of what antenna a cell phone is going to use is distance, because like I said, the farther the handset is away from an antenna, the more degraded the signal is going to get. So that's the best predictor. But like I mentioned earlier, there are things that can disrupt a cell phone signal, which would cause a handset not to connect to the closest antenna. And that can be physical obstruction, precipitation, elevation, an antenna goes down for whatever period, for whatever reason, causing it to connect to another antenna that is technically further away.
And so from your review of the call detail records and from your mapping from those various timeframes contained within the slides we'll send to the jury, what, if anything, can you say from that material in reference to the other evidence collected as to the location of the defendant's cell phone during those relevant time periods?
Well, relevant, I'll zero in at 518. I would suggest that the defendant, her vehicle, and the cell phone were on Washington Street outside of Temple Beth Abraham at that time. That's one thing that I would be comfortable suggesting.
May I have a moment, Charles?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Lieutenant Tully, do you still have, I think it's 578, is it 578?
I have 577.
Is
578 is not marked yet.
oh, it's not? Where's the RTT record? Is that 577?
I have RTT records that are not marked in front of me.
May I approach?
Yes.
Move to admit.
So,
Objection.
right. So let's mark it for identification, Nelson. Just have the witness identify it.
Understand. Sorry, and that was letters.
Triple K.
Thank you. You're looking at triple kilo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you created the arcs on your map, you also put on the map 5:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Where'd you get that number?
from the procedure start and end time.
So you did use the procedure start time and end time, correct?
To denote the time, but not, to denote the time on the slide, yes.
Time of the event, correct?
Yes,
All right, so the 5:18-19, I'm sorry, 5:18 and 19 seconds, and then, I don't have it in front of me, but 0.154, I think. Is that right?
yes,
That was the time that you used to establish that the device was on the first arc, correct?
no, I didn't use it to establish the arc. I used the distance to establish the arc, and I placed the time on the slide.
What time, Lieutenant Tully?
5:18.
The time that Verizon gave you as the start time, correct?
Yes, they're both 5:18.
So there's a start time and a start distance from the tower. In other words, the event took place.
In other words,
at
I gotta
this
be right.
distance
I gotta be right.
At this time starting, correct?
No, You're using the wrong words. It says first distance.
I'm not using the wrong words.
Yes, sir. You said start distance. It's first distance.
Okay, fine. Okay, pick the words. First distance.
Pick the words.
Start time and first distance, correct?
Yes,
Then
those are on the record.
Right. Then Verizon gives you an end time, correct?
Yes.
And last distance, right? And you created your arc based on the start time and first distance versus the end time and last distance, correct?
No, the time weren't associated.
You're saying no is because that would require the device to travel at 135,000 miles an hour.
Objection. If the witness could please answer the question.
So let him finish.
Okay, sure.
And then the objection to that is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Go ahead.
The times were not part of the depiction of the range. While I will suggest to you that it is probably unbelievable that those are actually start and end times. What I'm saying is we don't know for certainty that that is the exact time, the first distance and the last distance. I'd have to look back at the records, but I also say that we have corroborating evidence to say that that is accurate.
So you'd have to look back at the records, correct?
Yes.
That is your record.
No,
That's what you looked at, isn't it?
The record's key.
And where's the records key?
They were provided by Verizon.
Where are they, sir?
I don't have them in front of me.
Right. That's all.
Right. That's all I have.
Okay,
May we approach this briefly?
okay. Don't leave yet, Detective.
Sidebar. Again, suspicious how the sidebars increase with the lack of Shuggy. There are so many sidebars now that we may get to 10. We may get to 20.
They're coming in fast and furious. Almost like whatever was impeding them has left.
Yes. And look at her. Look at that woman in front of us. The woman that Turtle Boy is so enamored with that he devotes his entire life to making money off of her.
Yes. Nothing says true love like grifting money.
Grifting money. Money grift. Money, 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 money. Ah, Lord. Karen Gassy Reed. Timo, that's not nice. Mike Barnes says sourpuss. Stereo says she's sucking lemons again. Well, that's the only way you get a lemonade.
And because you're completely juvenile, would sucking lemons give you a sourpuss?
Am I juvenile? Am I? You're the one asking questions. I'm just the one filling space. Sirio says it's wicked. Dax says she's thinking about how she'll look in an orange jumpsuit. Timo says not nice, but naughty. Not nice, but naughty, folks. Timo also says Roger Rabbit's sour pea. I did hear she flew her broomstick in today.
It was a lovely new model.
Yeah, was it Harry Potter?
It was not,
All
no.
set, sir, if I may have that exhibit. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I believe this is defense counsel's as well.
Yannetti seems to be alive today. With a smile on his face.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Brian Gallerani to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
HBIC, Glover Mom,
Whenever you're ready, Mr.
HBIC.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
You are unmuted.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
I graduated the academy January of 2006.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
Just under a year.
Now, prior to you holding the rank of sergeant, what was it that you did within the Needham Police Department?
I was a detective from September of 2014 to June of 2023.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective and sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what, if any, training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
As part of a sexual assault class I took in January of 2015, I was certified in DNA collection by the Mass State Police.
And can you explain a little bit to the jury about sort of what that certification process entailed or what it was that you did to become certified?
So I was specifically certified in buccal swabs, which is the process of collecting cells suitable for DNA comparison by swabbing inside of a person's cheek.
And that certification, is that up to date at this point?
Yes.
Now, at some point on January 16th, 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And fair to say, as far as your work with the Needham Police Department, you had no familiarity or work with the investigation on a Canton Police Department case?
Correct.
Or on a state police case involving incidents that occurred in the town of Canton?
Correct.
You didn't know any of the parties involved in the case?
I did not.
And so on January 16th, 2024, where did you go on that day?
I went to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with, or who, if anyone, did you collect samples from on that day?
I collected samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly as far as the process of your collection, as far as what physically did you do?
So I physically swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab and collected the evidence, sealed it up in a buccal swab kit, photographed it, and brought it back to the Needham Police Department.
And when you brought it back to the police department, what did you do with it then?
I entered it into the evidence.
And did you do that in conformity, both the collection and the securing of the item, did you do that in conformity with your training and certification on buccal swab collection?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a voting technology lab in Lorton, Virginia?
I was.
And were there specific instructions as far as shipping was concerned that were provided by the voting technology lab?
Yes.
And the shipping that occurred in this case, was that in conformity with what Bodie had provided as far as the policies or protocols for shipping those types of materials?
It was.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Anything?
We have no questions.
All right, you're all set, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Very
Have a
much.
good day.
Why can't all the witnesses go that fast?
Mr. Nicholas Bradford to the stand.
Step right up. Watch your step forward.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Forgive me, Your Honor. May I have just one moment?
Sure.
Wait, I was only out of the room for a minute. What happened to the other guy?
Done and gone. Done and gone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
And sir, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can place it anywhere that's comfortable for yourself, okay? And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA analyst for Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
Okay, you're definitely going to have to keep your voice up, sir, okay?
Sorry about that.
You,
Now, sir, if I could,
Sorry. It's Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
and for the record, Bodie is just spelled as far as B-O-D-E, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could just ask you some questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduates. Where did you go for your undergraduate, and what, if any, degree did you receive from there?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania.
And then following your graduation with that degree, where did you go?
I have a Master of Forensic Science in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And when about was it that you received that master's?
It was around about 2011.
And with relation to your graduate work and your work at Bodie, when did your work at Bodie begin with relation to your graduate work?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
So during the course of your graduate school?
Yes.
And when you started with the Bodie lab, what was the sort of position or what did you start doing when you began?
I was a DNA technician. We assisted the analysts with their case files, and we primarily operated the different robotics and the different processes in the lab.
And at some point over the course of your work there, you then became an analyst, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed, or how much time did you spend as a, excuse me, as a technician prior to becoming an analyst?
I was a technician for about a year, maybe two. And then I was in the data banking section as an analyst. And since then, I've worked in the high throughput casework group and the customized casework group.
Now, as far as your work within this particular field, have you had occasion to work at any other sort of labs or facilities?
Yes, for about 3 years, I worked at the Pennsylvania State Police DNA lab.
Now, Bodie Technology, as far as that lab is concerned, can you describe for the jury sort of what kind of lab that is? And let me ask you first by just about how many analysts work at Bodie Technology?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100 analysts, give or take. We're a small private lab in Lorton, Virginia, and we do DNA work contracted through different police agencies throughout the country.
Now, in addition to police agencies, are there other types of entities that would that you would accept or that would send submissions for DNA casework?
Yes, we do some international work with human identification and that sort of thing as well.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technologies, is that lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through the National Standards Institute.
And can you speak a little bit about that sort of accreditation process and what it means to be an accredited lab?
Yes, so that the National Standards Institute has a set of criteria for DNA labs doing forensic work. And we are audited against those criteria every year, sometimes internal audits and sometimes external audits.
Is that accreditation at the lab, is that up to, the accreditation, is it current as of now?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA analyst, can you describe just in general terms for the jury what it is that you do in reference, what is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction, so that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, with reference to the lab, as far as training is concerned, you mentioned that you spent at least a year or two as a technician prior to becoming an analyst. What are some of the training, specialized training in this area that you want to go as an employee at this level?
Yes, so the training program involves a lot of scientific literature reading. There's a practical aspect to it where we're given known samples that we're to treat as if they were casework samples. So we process those as if they were casework. We have written and verbal exams, and we have a moot court exam at the end.
And you successfully completed each of those training sort of portions of, over your course of work with the lab?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a term known as a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to your work as a DNA analyst at Bodie Technology?
Yes, so part of our accreditation is we have to do proficiency testing twice a year. And that is when an outside company sends us known samples and we process them, again, as if they were casework. And then those results are sent to that outside company, and then we get the results back to see if we are proficient in those technologies or not.
And with respect to yourself, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what, if any, issues have you had with proficiency testing that you've undertaken?
I've passed all my proficiency tests.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
Now, at some point in January of 2024, did you receive a particular assignment in regard to DNA analysis from a number of items that you received from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And specifically, can you describe the process as far as like when an item comes into the lab at Bodie Technology, how it's sort of processed, or how from the time of receipt to the time that the item gets to you? Can you explain a little bit about that process?
Yes, so the item is generally sent via UPS or FedEx. It arrives in our secure evidence room. That room has limited access to only certain individuals. And from that point on, when it's received, a chain of custody is started for that shipment. And anytime anyone touches or uses that item, we need to check it out from the secure evidence room, and then that's all logged on the chain of custody.
Now, when something comes in, is it assigned a sample name or a case number or an ID number in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
And is it also identified by sort of the corresponding numbers from the external vendor where it came?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Bodie case number CCA 2416-0023, did you perform work in relation to that case?
Yes.
And there was a corresponding agency case number of 22-02184, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from the outside vendor, or at least one of them, as far as the Massachusetts State Police crime lab, correct?
Correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes, so we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
And in addition, was there a sample ID as far as the known standards?
Yes. So Bodie gives it our own our own item number. So in this case, the 2 reference samples were CCA 2416-0023 R03 and the same number R04 for the 2 reference samples.
Now, if I could just ask you to further expound upon as far as the CCA 2416-0023, which is E01. There was an agency sample ID, is that correct, that was attached to that?
Yes.
And what was that, sir?
So that was 3-6.1.
Is there a description that comes from the external vendor as well as to sort of what that item is?
Yes, in this case, the sample was a shaft end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
There's a specific mass registration plate that's associated with that hair as well, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was 3GC684, is that correct?
correct.
Now, with reference to the RO3 and RO4, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And RO3 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For RO3, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begedic.
And as far as RO4?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
Now, with reference to the extract portion, that was EO2, was that correct?
Yes.
And if you know when you say extract, can you explain to the jury sort of what you understand that term to mean, or what is an extract as far as what you looked at?
Yes. So when I described the 4-step process earlier, so the extraction was already done prior to us receiving the item. So essentially the extract comes to us in a tube and it's a liquid, and provided with that would be the negative control that was associated with it. So from that point, we have the quantification information from the lab that did the extraction. So then we would amplify and then detect the profile from there.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight with the same registration number, and that was labeled as an extract.
Now, in addition to that, there was a known blood standard, which you indicated was item or agency sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes.
And what was the agency description on the known blood standard?
That would be from, excuse me, sorry, that was the sample from John O'Keefe, the profile, I should say.
And so when you say the profile as what do you mean by that?
Yes, so the profile was generated by the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and then that profile was given to us to do a comparison.
Now, as far as the profile that was provided, as far as your observations of that, what, if any, issues did you observe in your observations of the profile that was provided by the State Police Crime Lab in Massachusetts?
It looked like a standard single source profile.
Now, starting with, as far as there was a STR processing that was conducted, correct?
Yes.
What does STR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeats. And essentially what we're doing with that is it's the DNA process that we use in forensic testing, where the areas that we're amplifying are short repeats of the genetic sequence that repeat multiple times. And we're just measuring the number of times that sequence repeats. And those numbers together are the profile.
Now, as far as the profile from the, excuse me, the profile from the extract that you received as far as EO2, excuse me, from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, what, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and STR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
And so if you could just walk the jury through as far as the process, as far as the testing, what is it that you're actually doing in the lab? What are you looking at, and how are you making a comparison?
So once we have the DNA profile, like I said, we're measuring the number of times the sequence repeats at a given location. So we have a series of those. And then we compare that to the reference profile that we were provided, or that we generated for the 2 reference samples that we actually processed. And then we determine if it's possible that the individual whose reference profile it is could be a possible contributor to that mixture profile that we got from the evidence. And then we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of that possibility of an inclusion.
Let me ask you a little bit about, as far as that statistical calculation, how is that done, or where does that come from?
So in this case, we did what's called a likelihood ratio. Essentially, what we're doing is comparing two explanations for the DNA profile that we observed. So if we have, say, person A, one explanation would be that the DNA profile is a mixture of person A and two unknown individuals. And then the other explanation would be that it's simply three unknown individuals and it's not person A. So then we compare those two explanations of the profile and determine which one is more likely.
Now, as far as the sort of reference samples that you had the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry. Or starting that, you had the extract with DNA profile with multiple contributors from the tail.
Yes.
So then you have the known blood standards with DNA profile from John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And then you have the buccal samples from Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And so with reference to those specifically, as far as the reference samples, is that what you're generating the DNA profiles from?
So we're comparing those references to the mixture that we obtained from the tail light. Yeah.
And so in your comparison, let me start with the known one as far as John O'Keefe. What, if anything, did you find from your comparison of the John O'Keefe DNA profile to the DNA profile from the tail light?
Yes. So in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of three individuals, it is at least 740 non-alien times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and two unknown unrelated individuals than if from three unknown unrelated individuals. And we provide a sort of verbal qualifier to that because most people probably don't have a lot of experience with non-alien. So in this case, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
If you know non-alien, how many zeros are we talking?
So that would be the number with 30 zeros.
And so that would be a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Yes.
Now,
so is he trying to say ET has a puffy jacket?
Probably.
with regard to your comparison, with regard to your work as a DNA analyst, is there any kind of software that you use in the course of your analysis with regard to an SDR mix?
Yes, when there's a mixture profile, we often use what's called StarMix, and it's essentially a computer program that we input the DNA profile, and it allows us to use a series of mathematical equations to help us interpret that mixture.
Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, and then we use that same program to run the statistics.
Now, with regard to the sample, the buccal sample attributed from Yuri Buchanan, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing given what I just said. So the verbal qualifier for that would be very strong support for exclusion.
I'm sorry, very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of the buccal sample or DNA profile from Michael Proctor?
Yes, so in that case, assuming a mixture of 3 individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from 3 unknown unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the 3 samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, in addition to that, you had mentioned that there was an E01 sample that was a shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same vehicle with the same Massachusetts license plate, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to DNA as it pertains to hair samples, can you describe for the jury sort of that process? And so what is it that you're when you receive a hair sample as far as an extraction is concerned, what is, how does that process work, or what are you getting that extraction from?
Yes, so when we have a hair, generally we'll take a look at it, and a forensic biologist will give their opinion on if it's likely that we'll obtain a profile from that hair, because hairs can be a little tricky. So in this case, the forensic biologist determined that the hair would likely not provide a great profile from STR testing, but we went ahead with it anyway, just because sometimes it does work. But in this case, we extract it, and that involves dissolving the hair and forming an extract like the other samples. And then we quantified the hair in this case, and the quantification that I used targets what is called autosomal DNA or nuclear DNA. And in that case, the results were below the limit of detection. So we did not process that sample forward for STRs because we would not have obtained a useful DNA profile from it.
Sir, if I could just take it back a little bit in that. Earlier in your statement right there, you just indicated that hair samples or DNA from hair can be a little tricky. Can you expound upon that and explain to the jury sort of what you mean by that?
Yes. A lot of times, hairs are, unless they have a root attached, they're not a great sample for nuclear STR testing. They can be, but it's sometimes hit or miss.
As far as what's actually being tested as far as STR when it comes to hair, it's not the actual hair, is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Let me ask you this. You're familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that means in relation to a hair sample and DNA testing?
Yes. So when there's a follicle attached, that's generally where you will get the nuclear DNA from, not the hair itself.
And follicle would necessarily be attached to the root end and not to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as autosomal DNA, can you explain what is autosomal DNA and sort of where does that come from within DNA testing?
Yeah, so you can think about that more as nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA that's in the nucleus of the cell. So that's what most people think of when they think of DNA. But there are there's other forms of DNA. So like, for example, mitochondrial DNA that exists outside the nucleus.
And as far as the testing that you performed in regard to this hair sample, that was STR testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were the findings again with relation to the STR test?
Yes, so like I said, we quantified the hair and it was below the limit of detection. So we did not process that hair forward for STR.
Now, as far as that terminology, below the limit of detection, can you explain a little bit to the jury sort of what that means as it applies to the testing that you conduct?
Yes, so the instrumentation has a limit of detection. So there could be potentially small amounts of DNA there, but it's below the limit that we are confident to say that there is DNA present. So we would normally not process those samples forward.
Now, that hair sample, as far as the one that you tested, you mentioned that it was not initially advisable, I guess, for STR testing, and just went ahead and did it anyway, because sometimes it works. Is that correct?
Yes, it's usually worth a try.
And then beyond that, that hair sample within your lab, as far as coding technology, was that given to a different analyst for a different type of testing?
Yes, we decided it was worth a try to do mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair.
And is that a type of testing that you yourself perform?
No, that would not be me.
And why would it not be?
I was not trained in mitochondrial testing.
That's sort of a specialized subset as far as different training and different type of testing that occurs?
Yes.
Just in general terms, if you know, could you explain to the jury sort of the difference between what you've termed as nuclear or autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, so very basically, the nuclear DNA is the DNA that exists in the nucleus. The mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that exists outside the nucleus in the mitochondria. And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited directly from the mother. So if you were to test maternally related individuals, they would have the same mitochondrial profile.
And that other analyst that conducted the mitochondrial DNA, are you familiar with who that person is?
Yes, that was test chart.
Okay, 1 moment, Sean.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay,
We have no questions.
great. So you are all set, Mr. Bradford?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so jurors, we will take our luncheon break and we'll have more witnesses here for you this afternoon. So let's say 45 minutes.
Yay! Lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yay!
Sidebar. Sidebar. It's not over yet, folks. It's a sidebar.
And I'm halfway to my goal.
What do they get with this sidebar, Phil?
This sidebar is covered with some nice gooey cheese and some special spicy mustard pope sauce with just a hint of honey.
A hint of honey? What kind of honey? Bumblebee honey or honeybee honey?
Honeybee honey.
Or a bumblebee tuna? The chicken of the sea.
A honeybee extract.
Honeybee
Excretion. Honeybee
Are you trying to say Pope Phil's balls are showing?
Probably. Now, we're going to have a very, very special thing during break, as it's going on right now. Miss Regan Benson, meaning Hank's going to take an extended break for the break, is trying to get herself arrested in downtown Denver. So we're going to switch to that while the video feed is still up, and I'm doing notes on that. So anyone who wants to run away screaming should probably do so in about 2 minutes when they get done with the sidebar.
I'm running away screaming now.
Okay.
Don't forget to leave your notepads in your chair.
Yeah, check back in 45 minutes, Hank. Otherwise, we'll carry it. But yeah, she is trying to get arrested in downtown Denver. So we'll see how long this goes.
Yeah, good.
She gave a preamble speech and she was getting out of the car right as I paused it when they were going to sidebar.
Okay. Wonderful.
Joy to the world, huh, brothers? Joy to the world.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and
Brothers
sisters.
and sisters. Brothers and sisters, as my internet's going crazy here.
I would think it would improve since Shiggy left.
I would too, but let's see. Pause syncing. 8 hours. Let's try that. See if that does it. Well, that kind of did it. Yeah, that did it. Yeah. Pausing OneDrive from syncing did it.
Well, good job.
And Gloria AD is over in the room on Regan Benson's live stream.
Gloria GLO. All right.
Gloria's over there. This is one hell of a long sidebar.
That's what she said.
That's right, baby. One long sidebar. That's a two-handed sidebar, isn't it? Two hands.
Two hands. Two-handed sidebar.
Enough to fill your tummy. Even Pope won't touch that one.
Yeah, no, I'm not letting that. I'm just letting that go. Yeah, just letting that go.
Would you let Karen Reed touch your sidebar?
No, no, no,
Why
no,
not?
no.
Would you let Turtle Boy touch your sidebar?
I'm a little afraid of what she's picked up from Turtle Boy. That's why I would not.
Oh, Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, huh? How about Tom CPU? He seems like a nice guy. Would you let him touch your sidebar?
Seems very well adjusted human being. Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
He's very well adjusted, wants to kill unborn
Children of women who he doesn't know and aren't married, but yeah.
Yeah, and
them
have
on
no
their wedding day. Yeah.
yes, the bizarreness that is Tom CPU. You know, that actually feels like weeks ago, but it was actually just last weekend.
I know.
So, that's how long this week is gone. I have not checked to see if we're sued yet, because we did get that. We did get that.
Did she announce it on any social media yet?
I haven't seen it, but remember, she gave me a cease and desist. At the same time, she's said I could come to her directly and ask her questions, but I needed to cease and desist from that. So
okay. Well, that's
it's covered
clear as mud.
It's covered in the newspaper today. We have our headlines. Are we sued yet? But apparently she switched over to Team Skeptic's site and is bugging him there. So we may be off the hook yet. Because, of course, since she filed, she would need to have to amend her complaint to add me to it.
Of course. Well, that might be her first amended complaint.
Yeah, it might be. Especially after the ChatGPT pants simulated her reply in that video yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, ChatGPT pants. Yes, the simulated person.
Fabulous job. Fabulous job.
All right, we're all set. So we'll see everybody in 40 minutes.
Foot all rise. Coach stands 40
All
Rise.
All right.
Sergeant Fanry. Take us to lunch.
Stop screen. You know what? Before we go into Regan Benson, we will take an actual break.
Okay, good.
Because I know Pope has to get up to pee. So let's take a 4-minute break. And we'll see you back on the flippity flop.
And the flippity flop.
The flippity flop, the hippity hop. And go get
And you don't stop.
Don't stop. Don't stop, TikTok.
Rick Rock.
And that was 15th Bend. Please.
Well done, 15th. Well done, 15th.
About to share the link. Please visit his site, give him a like and subscribe.
And comment. Tell them we sent you.
Yes, and we're about to join Regan Benson, already in progress.
How to orchestrate warrants for cell phones.
She's trying to orchestrate a warrant for a cell phone.
This used to be
Now
Denver's
she says
jail,
the police do it.
but now it's over there. There's a basement in the jail here that they're going to start using for involuntary holds on the homeless, you know, drug treatment.
That's a bad thing.
Oh yeah, but that's not really happening. Don't think that's happening in Denver.
Well, everyone's denied that it's happening, but she keeps bringing it up because she's delusional.
Well, yes, I know, but in her deluded thinking, that's a bad thing.
Cameras everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
She's trying to retrieve her
Denver's police
camera that
helicopter
was
sits up there.
taken
It's
in
not
one of
there
the
right
two
now. It's
arrests
flying around
last
looking
year.
for homeless
So
folk
one that is being held in evidence.
Yes.
that are trying to hide.
And she thinks that the helicopters are being used to find homeless people.
They have to put up this security fencing so their memorials don't get destroyed. I don't know why anybody would want to destroy police memorials honoring police.
Really? Really?
Blessed are the peacemakers. Yeah, look at this stupid shit. In memory of our fallen officers. What does that tell you? Uh-huh.
That the place where they're employed values them and misses them?
Peacemakers. Mm-hmm. By the Denver Police Protective Association. Ran by the O'Neill Brotherhood.
Yes, Sergeant O'Neill runs all of Denver, according to her.
Yeah.
And that's the officer who arrested her last year.
Yeah. They're
His mob,
cousins. They're cousins to the Albert crime family.
probably.
Absolutely no weapons are to be brought in here.
Yeah, no shit.
And it is a safe place for all.
Don't look her in the eye. Don't look her in the eye, kid. You'll turn to stone.
Look how lucky we are. We got cameras everywhere. Hi. I just need to retrieve property.
Do you have an appointment?
I do.
Did you step in before?
Is there a reason that I actually have to go through security, though, since they're going to bring it down? What if I don't want to?
And you can take that paper there and go call them outside.
Those are the options?
Ouch.
Take this paper here.
Well, it was her own dumb fault for giving attitude to the old lady.
Yeah.
Well, if I already have an appointment and they know I'm here, who calls them? Who calls them? I mean, if they know I have an appointment. Well, what if I don't want to put my stuff up?
You have to put your stuff in here and go through here. Okay? Or you can go outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're pleasant.
You're pleasant. I'm being a bitch to you, but you're pleasant.
Right.
I should do
Yeah,
what?
there are two options. If you want to come in the building, put your stuff in, go through the scanner. If you don't, leave.
And the scanner
Seems so.
went. Darn it, the scanner
So,
came
picking
back.
up some property? I'm picking up some property. I do. Okay. Fine. How stupid. I have to go through all that, come over here, pick up this phone, to be told to come over here to this phone, while she's having a wicked bad day over there. Look at her. Wicked bad day.
Wicked. Wicked. Yes, seems like she's having a wicked bad day.
I don't have a right to do what? Take you? I don't want to take you. Get you off my phone and go do my business. Do you need a new job? quit acting like a child. Really?
Says the toddler. Quit acting like
Yeah,
a child.
I'm totally happy.
I'm totally happy making other people miserable.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
That she can put her. Well, it doesn't matter. You don't have the right to do it.
Appreciate that. Thank you. She needs to get a new job. I appreciate that. You should also tell her to keep her mouth shut. You know. Yeah, you wouldn't say that. Huh.
No, because, other people don't have a right to free speech. Just right.
That woman's been there for a very long time. Excuse me. Dial 36718.
That took her that long to read it?
Uh-huh.
Hi, I have an appointment to pick up my property. 11. Regan Benson. Thank you.
Wicked
Thank
Witch of the
you.
West.
I guess that means hang up.
Wait, is she the
This is
Wicked
the
Witch
public
of the
lobby of
West?
the
I thought that
administration
was Karen Reed.
No, Karen Reed would be east. Massachusetts is east.
He said, give him
okay.
1 second.
Sex offender registration. Okay then.
Well,
Now she's gonna
she's
go
complying.
provoke the other lady.
If she's complying with her registration requirements, we should encourage that.
She hates her job. She just likes the control factor over people because she's a big security guard in a big police building. It's loaded with cameras.
The self-awareness is strong in this one.
Yes, and you're sharing in my torture because I had to sit through 2 hours of Regan last night. So I figured everyone can share in this one as this one's live. Regan all the time as she insults and degrades our fine police officers.
And complains about them having attitude.
Yes. You need a new job.
Have a seat for just a minute.
I'm gonna sit down. I need to pee.
Wow. Doggone it. My wallet just broke.
Aw.
Thank you.
So I have to get a new one. Wait, this thing has traveled some miles with me. Shoot.
So she's saying it's been rode hard and put away wet.
ITCH, their security probably just broke it.
Security just broke it.
I hope I can fix
Oh,
it.
okay.
This was not cheap.
Security broke it. Yeah. I suppose.
Doggone it. I might just
You're
have to get another one
welcome.
of these.
Thank you.
This specific wallet that holds everything. And I can strap it across my body. And it throws security people into a total frenzy because it's a magnet. And so they think I have a knife in here. I have a shank in my wallet. So everybody tries to pick up my wallet. I'm like, you don't have my consent. It's a magnet. That's all it is.
Well, I'm sure there's a sign on the building that says your property can be searched. Therefore, it is implied consent because you came into the building. That has a no weapons policy.
She said she was going to get arrested. Of course, she says that in every video now.
Yes.
Even though I think it's great, that people do that, that's fine. We need to continue to show. But I'm not a bona fide auditor. Sure, I've done a few audits with government audits in the library and.
Uh-huh.
And
Of course not. She's
not my
an
favorite thing to do. He knows that.
activist.
Went along for the ride. You know, had a good time with some librarians. I went into a post office once with Denver Metro Audits. It was a good time. I was just along for the ride.
Poster 7. Poster 7. Where's poster 7?
99% of what I do are interactions that I'm having with government, whether it's around my direct activism or trying to help those that are improperly represented to be able to advocate for themselves.
Improperly represented, like the homeless person who had a lawyer, and I told them to not do what the lawyer said because they were improperly represented. Because I know better than the lawyer, even though she ended up getting more jail time than they were offering.
Yes.
But I know better.
And they're going to want me to show my IDs for my property that they stole from me, that they have on body.
You have to show your ID to get your property back.
Yes. Yeah, they're not going to take your word for that. That's yours.
I'm good. Well, I got to ask you a couple questions about that. Why would I have to show you my ID?
Because I don't know who you are.
Yeah, but you do, because that phone was taken from me on body cam footage.
Okay, man. You can call me another phone.
Yes!
Did I
Yes!
say I was going to show you?
What did he say?
Yes!
I didn't hear him.
So what's your name?
I didn't hear what he said.
Why do I have to show my ID? Okay, ma'am. Well, if you're not going to comply, you can make another appointment. Bye. In fact, let's roll it back.
Roll that beautiful bean footage back.
I'm good, thank you. Well, I got to ask you a couple questions about that. Why would I have to show you my ID?
Because I don't know who you are.
Yeah, but you do, because that phone was taken from me on body cam footage.
Okay, man. You can call me another phone.
Yes! Look at it!
Did I say I was gonna show you my ID? I said I had a question. So what's your name?
Officer Moore.
Officer what? Moore?
Yes. Do you have?
I need your card, please.
I don't have it.
Officer Moore, he's gonna deny me my property because he's
Not
claiming.
denying you
Yeah, you are. You're walking away like a dick. Really? Are we gonna go there? I'm not
Yes!
making another appointment. Call my attorney and tell him that you denied me my property.
You can tell him that.
See, this
That's
is the shit.
not what
this
happened.
is exactly why you have to record your interactions with law enforcement, because they're arrogant fucks.
Uh-huh. And that
The
wasn't
complete
caught
and
on
total
any of the
arrogant
cameras there in the
fucks.
lobby. And because you're ignorant of the process and don't want to do it, hasn't played any factor in it.
Hi again. So he told me that his name was Officer Moore. Is that correct? You don't know who that was? Can I get a supervisor? Well, I'm assuming from property there. Thank you.
And it's good that auditors never learn.
He's gonna put me
It
on
doesn't
hold.
go well when you get the supervisor.
See, they do this shit because they can. And they get away with it.
Why do I have to show you my ID?
This is how they treat everybody. And
This
don't
is
care
how
that they're
they
on
treat
camera.
us.
And then they're going to retaliate because they are on camera.
I told you guys it would be worth it. Every so
It is
often,
worth
I'm
it.
right.
It is worth it. Yes, this is glorious.
And he's going to go stomping off because he got called a fucking dick. And I was going to try not to cuss.
That's not what you said, Regan, to his face.
Make another appointment. In fact, I should download it and clip that. That's...
Their supervisor is not here. Well, I guess that would explain why they're acting like that, perhaps. But, okay, so who's the supervisor of that supervisor? Can I wait and... There's no supervisors in property available. How about a chief? No complaint. I just need a chief that's gonna... No, but they're in this building.
And they have other duties.
Okay, thank you. So he's telling me, you know how it works. The chief is not going to come down here.
I want your manager right now.
Because there's no supervisor in property available in the building. Okay, so we have many, many other important, very important supervisors.
And
in
Hank
this
had to
building.
leave, and he missed the glorious Regan Benson.
Yes. Who's he, though? You tried Ron Thomas himself? Someone from IA is coming? You said someone from IA? Okay. All right. We'll see how that goes. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
IA. I'm going to make an
Uh-huh.
internal affairs complaint.
Uh-huh.
Right now, I'm going to make an internal affairs complaint.
You got a question about how your property was taken. And,
I
I'm
need
gonna go dick mode.
not to give my ID.
So we'll see who's coming from internal affairs.
I could have got this back, 30 minutes ago if I just complied, but no.
I need to talk to the mayor, even though I called him a bastard the other day. He'll get my phone back.
The chief is not available.
I need my city council member, even though I don't live here.
Yeah, well, no, she does live in the Denver area.
In the area, right. I don't think she lives here where this is.
You know, the strange thing is last night she said she was complaining about having to come back to Inglewood to get something because it takes her an hour to drive to Inglewood. Then why are you freaking obsessed with Inglewood?
Because they put up with it?
I'm still shocked this stream is going.
And yes, she thinks that there are personal blockers that when they see her, they do personal cell phone transmission blockers. It's not bad reception, it's blockers.
Yeah, because that's how that works.
Yes.
Oh, Addison, where are you?
Do you know why they don't do cell phone blockers? Because it blocks their phones too.
Yes. Now she'll probably walk over and get in the face of the security lady.
Probably.
Fixed it.
That's a good use of it.
Great news. Oh. No, I don't. Okay.
Look, I fixed it. No, I didn't. So she's a beautiful woman.
Uh-huh.
Wait, where's my glasses?
With an ugly soul.
Where's my glasses? I haven't seen them in a
Is
while.
going to come down here and take a complaint.
Apparently.
Do you know who it is? Where's the public restroom? Back there. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to go back there. I'll wait. Thank you.
Of course, it would be Regan Benson without the bathroom.
I don't want to go there. I'm just going to pee right here in the lobby.
That's
I
right.
mean, we're going to orchestrate an arrest on Miss Benson, and we're going to charge her. We're going to charge her for contempt of cop again.
And no, I can't fast forward because we're all caught up. But it was either this or Drunk Girl, and I figured you'd rather see this. You're welcome. It was all Hank's idea.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're going to go storming off.
I told you the suggestion box was a bad idea.
I was perusing Facebook, and I want to give a shout out to Destiny this morning, Steve's daughter. I just noticed that she had gave me an emoji on a post that I had made back in 2020. And it was...
If I give her an emoji on a post she made in 2020, do you think she'll flip me off in person?
I'd forgotten about
I
this happening.
don't know. You could ask. You could put that in a post from 2020.
Supporters on Facebook
Will you
about
flip me off in person?
somebody had gone out. Where Steve
Yeah,
was
my
staying,
address
and taken
is
a picture of his
Popeville
structure.
at...
Like in December, in the winter of
It's only a few hours away from Colorado.
horrid. And
Yeah.
Cowboy was always the one
It's
that,
only a couple
regardless of
hours.
the temperature, would not leave his stuff. And he would weather through 20 below weather out there. He would hunker down, and I would try to get him off the street. He wouldn't do it. because people would steal his stuff and he'd come back to nothing. Well, somebody went out there and took a picture of his structure and posted it on Craigslist and said, free, come take it. And somebody did go out there and dismantled his stuff and stole some of his stuff. And I talked about it for a while, you know, and helped him through it. But it was just disheartening to start my day like that. Not disheartening, I guess, maybe just setting a tone.
And so far I've edited 3 of the 5 stories for tonight.
And so for those of you that don't know, Cowboy is dead. Denver kicked him around, tossed him around forever. He ended up in a motel at 58th and I-25, which ended up being on the border of Denver and Adams County. And he just mysteriously died.
With drugs in his system.
Room. And so it's still problematic in trying to wade through the things Destiny is going through with all of it. We were like days away from Cowboy meeting his only grandchild, days away from Destiny being able to come and reunite with her dad and rebuild a relationship. And she was obviously, you know, reminiscing at some point this morning and thinking about things.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Sergeant Claiborne, Internal Affairs. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You're Sergeant who?
Claiborne.
Claiborne?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, they sent you down here. I'm not exactly sure why you're down here, but do you know why you're down here?
I was told you want to file a complaint about something?
No, I never said I wanted to file a complaint. I want my property. I just want my property.
Okay, okay. Want to
So-
tell me what's going on or no?
What?
I just want to tell me what's going on or no?
Well, I can tell you what's going on, but are you going to give me my property?
I don't know the situation, so I'm not sure yet.
So I've got an appointment to get my property at 11 o'clock, and this guy comes out here with my property. I start to ask him a question about why I have to show ID, and he gets all pissed off and goes storming off with my property and says, you're not getting your property since you're refusing to show your ID. I said, where did I say I was refusing to show my ID?
Okay.
Now that's
He throws
added.
his arms up in the air and starts saying something and starts walking towards the door, and I called him a fucking dick, and that was pretty much the bullshit.
Okay.
So I went over to the window and I said, can you call somebody, a supervisor of that guy?
Mhm.
Oh, well, there's nobody available. And Chief Ron Thomas isn't available either. So they sent you instead.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the person that you talked to out here was a person in uniform or?
Well, he had a shirt on. I think he said his name was Officer Moore or Mord or something. I tried to get him to repeat it, and he starts whispering and doesn't want to give me his name. And so I want to know who he is, and he doesn't know who he is. And
Okay.
so ultimately, I just want my property.
Okay.
Can you go get my property?
I can go check and see, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's all I want. You know what, your complaint process, you know, while I always encourage
God.
people to file complaints, you guys don't investigate my complaints. You turn them into the complaint that you want to investigate, and then you send the OIM a letter that has nothing to do with my complaint, and then you clear everybody involved. So me filing a complaint with you today over this is going to go absolutely nowhere. So I just want my property that was stolen from me a year ago.
All right, so then I'm gonna go check the property and whatnot. Okay, I'll collect your name, please, if you wouldn't mind.
It's Regan.
R-E-G-A-N?
Right.
Last name possible?
Benson.
B-E-N-S-O-N?
Right.
So it's stolen from property, right? So-
Right.
And it was a Moore?
Morgue. I don't know.
Morgue? I don't know.
Morgue or Mindy.
Morgue or Mindy? Nanu.
Lieutenant Gill, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Wasn't gonna go check property.
You're a lieutenant of, like,
Internal Affairs?
oh, you're the lieutenant of internal affairs. Cool, you already got a card for me, right on?
You want mine, Regan?
Sure, I would like yours.
Sure.
Where's Addison at?
In meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep down here.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I mean, I appreciate you making a presence, but help him please get your property.
Yeah, I guess I'll get briefed by him.
That's, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Sure.
You're dismissed.
Now she's going to tell him to look up the information on the guy.
Yeah, so we got this guy who offered up his card right away. And then Sergeant Claiborne. All of Internal Affairs is sergeants. And they do these hokey-ass investigations, and then, you know, they get a big paycheck. What? And then they clear everybody all the time. I mean, it's documented at least.
Because you have no legitimate complaint.
About a complaint today. And any complaint that I've ever made in person anywhere else with the Denver Police Department never makes it into Internal Affairs anyway. So you have to file your complaints online only through the Office of the Independent Monitor in Denver. Let me make that clear. If you are going to file a complaint, you can only do it online, because that is the only way you can fully document and trace your complaint. And we have the only functioning office of an independent monitor probably in the entire country would be right here in Denver. The monitor, however, does not have authority to tell the police department you're lying and you're not doing a proper investigation. They only have the authority to review the complaint.
Dang it, I tried to fast forward. I tried, people, I tried.
Well, that's the, oh, damn it. Ah!
But at least it's civilian oversight.
But look into her glasses.
Year,
at least we're not going to turn to stone because she's got sunglasses on.
Highlight all these problematic complaints. To what end? Well, it'll serve you well if you're going to sue them. That's about it. So, because there's not prudent change happening, as we're well aware. Denver gets sued repeatedly, monthly. I mean, lawsuits are constantly filed for excessive force here, for retaliation of First Amendment. It's just the historic way of doing business at the Denver Police Department.
And they don't go anywhere.
It is. You're not going to stop it. You're not going to change it. There's probably only one way left to change it, and yeah, we're just not there. So know that this is going to continue to be the norm. It's going to continue to get worse. If you're going to try to hold police accountable, and you're someone who has a camera or a mouth, you are going to jail. You are going to be maliciously and politically persecuted and prosecuted.
Persecuted!
That's just the way it is. So,
Hope you be persecuted, I'll be prosecuted.
Okay.
We'll be the twins.
It's really disheartening. I really love this. I love it. I think that scowly, nasty woman working security, I think she yanked on my wallet and broke it.
Touch it!
I thought maybe she's caught her reflection in the mirror. That snarling, snarly, nasty woman.
Next, she'll be filing a complaint that the woman actually did it, even though there's video that she didn't.
So I told you this chat was going to be loaded, you guys. Oh, and some other housekeeping measures. Yeah, some of you came in my chat yesterday and blew it up. Don't do that shit, because my mods are they're gonna time you out. And a couple of you are lucky that I like you.
Direct D was in there and he started shit and she had to yell at him. It was hilarious.
I wouldn't do that to your channel. Of course, I know you guys don't care, but you get, your chat moves 500 lines every 3 seconds. But that's not my channel, and I deliberately like it.
This is literally talking about Direct D.
I like being able to have conversations about the topic at hand. Because it's my channel. I should poop on the floor. Knock it off. Don't be gross.
Poop on the floor.
Just gonna have you sign for the release, if possible, or not?
Yeah, I'll sign for the release. That's not a problem.
That was that for you. Also, just your signature right there, and on your address if you wish to provide it. Okay.
If I wish to, thank you. Which I don't, and that's okay. There you go.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I still have a cell phone.
Here's my cell phone. I got it. That's it? We're done?
That's it.
It was that easy?
Questions for me?
No. You guys did a really great job. Thank you very much.
No problem at all.
And it's really unfortunate that you continue to have idiots that work here. I would like to think there's more intelligence in, different departments, and that the intelligent people are like someday gonna be the interface of
the guy in the
working
blue
with
is
the
just
public
trying to hold it
instead
in.
of sending fucking morons out.
He's just gonna start
They
laughing
just
at
can't
her.
even
Look
respond
at that.
with one simple question. It was just one simple question. I wanted to know why I would need to show ID if this phone was taken from me on body cam footage. I am who I am. This was taken from me. I'm here to get it back. And he just had a total meltdown. A total freaking meltdown. What if I didn't have an ID? What if I was homeless? What if you guys had fucked me over for the 10th time and I didn't have my ID? You get my point.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So it's a fair
He is
question
holding his
that I
tongue
should
in the
be able to
background there.
Ask the person in property who's releasing my property back to me. Why I have to prove who I am to get my property back. That's it.
Right.
But nobody here.
Because if they give your property away to somebody else, you're going to be the first one to bitch about it and sue them because they gave your property away to somebody else.
Thank you.
Because you're not special, princess.
Have a good rest
See,
of your day.
he's laughing as he's leaving. He's laughing
know.
as he's leaving.
So I didn't get arrested.
Yet. Now
day's
she's
young.
disappointed.
Your day's young. Have faith in you, Regan. Have faith in
I'm
you.
gonna try not to cuss today, you guys, but
I'm trying not to cuss at the dumb fucks.
Yeah.
here it is. Cell phone with pink case. It's actually purple.
Of course, she has to correct them about everything.
Date received 6/7/23. Oh yeah, and you know what? I did have another question, but whatever. I'm gonna request the case number that was generated on this, which is 23302102. Yeah, it has my name on it. It has my charges. 18.
So you have the case number, but you're going to request the case number.
Conduct on public property. An officer.
Okay.
Brian O'Neill.
I'll check back in a little bit,
Badge
see if
number
it's safe again.
99025.
About 10 more minutes.
Let's not forget that.
Or 5 more minutes before the jury
It's got
comes back.
a seal on it. Was this before or after Brian manipulated the phone?
Oh, they manipulated it. Okay.
Of course. You know she's going to have someone else come down. She's not going to like it.
This reeks of smoke. Why does this reek of cigarette smoke? What the fuck?
Told you.
Okay.
This fucking reeks of cigarette smoke. Reeks. Does that look pink
See,
to you?
this is the torture I go through for you people.
Purple's my color. Does that look pink?
It does look pink.
I love this phone.
Looks
This is
a
great
little
phone.
pink to me, but okay.
This was like one of the best Android phones I've ever had. But why does this reek like cigarette smoke? Oh, that's right, because they sit around in the evidence room and smoke it all up. All right, well, let's head on out back into the sun.
But the sun will melt you.
Or I risk
The
death.
sun will melt you.
burns, it burns, it burns.
Hey, ma'am, have a better day. Try not to be so grouchy. She flipped me off.
No, she didn't.
What a fucking joke.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And I didn't end up having to show my ID. Oh, for the love of Peter, Paul, and Mary. Sing me a song.
So that's her only victory, is she didn't have to show her ID.
Yep.
How pathetic. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever
Is she
seen.
really gonna water these flowers in the heat of the day? Come on. Really? You're not really gonna water these flowers in the heat of the day, are you? Don't they have you guys do this in the mornings? That's not good sustainability of water practices. Watering in the heat of the day.
This lady is going to pretend not
Your
to
tax
speak
dollars
English.
at work. Yeah, do as I say, not as I do. I'm government, and I'm gonna send out my water monitors here in Denver, and they do. You can't water between.
Can you imagine how
what is it,
drunk her
like
husband
8
is
a.m.
all
and
the
5
time?
Well, you know, the few videos I've seen with them, he has
Do as I
just
say, not as I
unhinged
do.
that she is. So
And people wonder why there's auditors out there
I
recording
don't feel bad.
government
I don't feel bad for him.
because they're fucking corrupt.
He has chosen to stay.
Oh yeah, those are the bells on Denver City and County.
Complaining about the
Hallelujah.
bells.
Reagan is back out on the sidewalk. Sing me a hymnal. Yeah, but I'm probably out of meter time now. Now I probably have a fucking parking ticket. Oops, sorry, I cussed again.
Yeah, she was all happy because she found a meter with time left on it and didn't put any money
Only
in it.
cross the light in a crosswalk in Denver when you have the walk sign. Now that jaywalking is illegal. I mean, now that jaywalking is legal. Sorry.
Why is it when she's out there walking around, all I can hear in my head is "Where the buffalo roam"?
Where the Regan and the animals play, where always is heard a
Well, I don't have a parking
discouraging.
Yep. And
My
she's
hooky-ass
shrieking
car,
all
my car is
day.
trashed. Everybody can identify my car now because of the bungee. Did I ever tell you guys this story?
And because the license plate
Oh my
number.
god, my license plates! You can see my license plates. Hurry, take this stream down. So, I was with Phil and Jesse.
No, she
and
wasn't.
John,
No,
and
she
we had
wasn't.
them in the motel.
Phil,
No,
For 3 months,
no, she
remember? Coming up on 2
what
years
were
this
you
Christmas.
doing, Phil?
And this is
it was
Denver
not.
and all
No,
their infinite
different Phil.
wisdom and their bike lane bullshit, right? So you see these pylons? so you have to park like this down at the Coalition. And so I had to take the 3 of them down there for case management, right? And
Two of the
medical.
3 are now dead.
And
One's in a chain
there
around
was
her
about a
on
foot
her
and a half
neck.
of snow on the ground, you know, because here
Yeah,
in Denver, we
that's,
bike to work.
you know,
when
what
it
he would want.
snows. So I park, and the snow, these pylons here are bigger than the pylons are taller than the pylons down at Stout Street. And they're round. The other ones are thinner down where we were, and they're only yay high. Well, it was buried in the snow. And so I was backing up to park, and I backed up over the pylon and bent it down, and it popped up under my bumper, and then I drove forward and ripped my bumper off. I mean, ripped it off. You know, because these cars are so well made. For your safety, because the government is in charge of safety on vehicles, right? And so I ripped the whole bumper off. Look how big that is, right?
Yeah, it's the manufacturer's
it's
fault.
laying in
You're
the
a
snow.
moron.
Yes.
And the
That-
clips on this side are all busted. And
Yes, they
so
are.
Phil jumps out of the car.
Phil?
Bless his heart, because it sounded horrible, right? I mean, it sounded like we just ran over a 10-ton boulder because it popped my bumper off. And Phil, he jumps out of the car and he starts trying to put the bumper back together. And he's digging through the snow for all the clips and this
Phil,
and that,
why would you do
right?
that?
I mean, it was... And I'm like, Phil, don't worry about it. And so we go inside. My bumper's laying out in the street.
I'm changing my name. That's
in the
it.
snow. I called my husband. He came down, bless his heart, and was able to find a clip and put the bumper back on. But it kept trying to fall. And so he's like, all right, we need a bungee. So that bungee has been on there. And I almost just want to leave the whole thing like this just because of the memory. Really, I don't even want to fix it at this point.
Like the
And all my friends, when they get in my car and stuff, or when they're looking for me and I'm going to pick them up, they're like, oh yeah, I know to look for the red bungee on your bumper. So it feels sentimental to me. What do you think? Does it feel sentimental to you? I think I should leave it. And I think I am going to.
I think you should too, because
I'm gonna drive
eventually
this
it will
car
just fall off in the
right
on
into
the
the
road.
dirt until I can't drive it anymore because it's such a well-made little Nissan. And then maybe someday I'll just
Who bought
get a
the?
little
Who made the
bigger
decision
vehicle so
to
I could put
buy
more
this
people
vehicle?
in my car, more people and more stuff, or all 7 of my grandbabies. Yeah. Was it live, Bokomo? Was I really recording? That's we were having a discussion on the way down there, huh? Oh, I don't. Yeah, I guess I forgot that I was recording that. Yeah, Bokomo. It's been there so long now. It's pink. Oh, that's great.
Oh, please come back from
Yep,
break.
everybody votes to leave it. I'm gonna leave it. Oh, plus, my husband did try to find the clips for it because he gave up on it. We're probably gonna have to go over to China to find. We're gonna have to go tour the factories for the right clips. Or wait 6 months at a parts
Take it
department
to any
at a
repair
Nissan
shop,
dealership 3
body
hours
repair
away.
shop, and they can fix it for you. You know.
Oh,
They're
my
government
goodness.
run.
Oh,
she
the
doesn't
stories,
trust them.
right? All the
USA
stories
number 2.
that we've documented
Canada forever.
on YouTube. And
Right.
you know what, you guys, that's
Wait,
why
she doesn't
I
like
just
Canada
my
because of
channel
fraud
the way
or
it is,
troll.
because I have my close-knit family, all of you guys. And some of you are so exceptionally generous to us out here. And I just, again, want to thank you. I know I don't do it enough. I know I don't do it
stop
personally
talking logic.
enough. But collectively and collaboratively, the words the government really loves, you have all got us through a lot of shit out here. A lot of heavy duty shit. And as you know, we got Phil back in the motel.
You're in a motel?
We got Denver telling me to fly
With Regan
kite
Benson?
again.
I am.
He's gonna be back out here on
sure
the streets.
I'm looking out at the backyard at Vatican West. I don't
And
see her here at all.
I'm just not prepared for that again.
The papal Roddy would bite her.
I can't do that. So I don't know what next Tuesday's gonna bring. But he's been in that motel for a month. This is over $2,000 that you collaboratively have put into trying to get Phil into a better situation just this time. This doesn't count for all the other times. While the government continues to stockpile their tax increases, not have to answer to the people, message to everyone that they're solving the homelessness issue. when it's only increasing, and they're shuffling people all over the city, and you've got Brian O'Neill's, and you've got all these fucks in Inglewood, and it's the horrible things, the horrible, evil, unexplainable things that you're never going to get answers to or wrap your head around. That's the deepest psychological barrier to being able to help. It really is. And so, you know, in my travels, shit like this happens, and playing with dirty cops, you know, that's all
Dirty
this
cops.
is. So, and if you're
On
gonna help
NYPD
and you're gonna be vocal
Blue.
about it,
Dirty
they're gonna do
coppers.
everything they can to kill you. That's what
They're
they
gonna
do.
kill you.
Yep,
That's
they're gonna
how
kill you.
this works
They're
in
gonna kill you, I
America.
tell you.
Land of the free.
Kill you.
Because we made it this way.
You made it this way.
Yeah.
So, at any rate, yeah, I am. Yeah, what about all that? Yeah, we could go down the whole rabbit hole on that. Trust me. Trust me.
Trust
It's
me,
a
I tell you.
discussion
Trust
every
me.
day, all day long. So,
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Russ, Topol, thank you very much. Very good to see you in here. You've been a long time help and supporter. I can't thank you enough. DR Broden, you as well. Good to see you. And all of you. Thank you very much for your support. And we'll catch you on the next one. And if I don't talk to you guys
catch you on
before
the flip
Father's
side.
Day, go do something good for your baby daddy.
Go do something good for your baby daddy.
Bye, guys.
Ew, she left it on. We didn't just see her like that.
Oh.
Oh, share screen. Let's find the one. Boyfriend murderer. You know what,
Boyfriend
friends? Friends, we're going to take another break. We're going to take a quick one, a 3-minute one, and we'll break in if they come back. But
Okay.
I think we all need to go clean our eyeballs out after seeing Regan Benson.
Yes.
So see you
Yes,
on
we
the
do.
flippity flop in about 3.5 minutes.
Thank you. Maybe see you put it back.
And we have breaking news before we return to this. Jeremy DeWitt had another final continuance granted today.
Oh,
Details
good.
coming. After the judge had said no more final continuances ever.
Right.
Pope Phil will be your host for the next 10 minutes or so. I've got to go clean some cat litter.
Oh, lovely.
Yes. Fun, fun, fun.
And I'm
Step
taking
right
the
in.
tea.
Quiet in the courtroom, please.
Stand and face the clerk.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case down here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may take the stand.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. My name is Tess Chart, C-H-A-R-T.
And Ms. Char, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst at Bodhi Technology.
And where is Bodhi Technology located?
It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school, and what, if any, degree did you receive in relation to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have my bachelor's in science in molecular biology from Millersville University in Pennsylvania. And then I have my master's of science in forensic science from Towson University in Maryland.
So, Ms. Chart, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Char, if it's at all helpful, that microphone is adjustable. You can move it anywhere. Now, with reference to your master's in forensic science, when about was that you received?
So I got my degree at the end of 2019.
And following grad school, where did you go from there?
I was hired directly by Bodhi Technology.
And when was that?
That was in July of 2019.
Now, when you started in July of 2019 with Bodhi Technology, what was your position at that time, and sort of what were your duties and responsibilities when you initially began work?
So I started as a technologist. So that's someone that will do all of the lab portion of the work in a laboratory. And I helped out with our humanitarian team, so helping identify human remains. From there, I also helped with our criminal cases as well.
And when you started your work there, what, if any, sort of training did you undergo in relation to your work at Bodhi?
So when you first start at Bodhi Technology, you actually go through a series of lectures and you have a series of readings to go through all of the science that you're going to learn and the background of all of the technologies you're going to use. From there, you will observe a qualified analyst or a qualified person in the lab, go through everything that you're going to be trained in. And from there, you'll get a series of sets. So there'll be mock samples that you will take through the lab and do all of the testing on that you're going to be trained in. And it starts out with having that qualified analyst there with you, and you're able to ask questions and troubleshoot as you go. From there, you'll get a second set that'll be no analyst with you, but you're still allowed to ask questions at that point. And then your final set is something that we call a competency set. So you take it through the lab and treat it just like you would any other case. And you're not allowed to ask questions, and then you're graded at the end. If you pass that test, you can go through a written exam and then a verbal exam. And then you take your results from your testing and you defend it in a mock court sample. If you pass all of those qualifications, you can become an analyst or become qualified in whatever lab technique you're being trained in.
And as far as that sort of training process went, how long was it from the time that you joined Bodhi Technology to the time that you started doing the work that you do now?
It's been a rolling process of all the different trainings that I've had to go through. I'd say it took me about 9 months from when I started to be qualified in everything that I do for mitochondrial DNA testing. And then for analysis training, I think it was another 6 months or so.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technology, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And do you know from whom the lab receives its accreditation?
Yes, we receive a international accreditation from an association called ANAB, which is just a national standards organization. We're also accredited by the FBI at their quality standards as well.
If you could just keep your voice up, please. Thank you.
Would you like me to repeat that?
No.
Okay.
Ms. Chard, as far as your lab being accredited, can you explain to the jury sort of what that means, and sort of what the process is for a lab to be accredited?
Sure. So all of our testing, all of the things that we report are basically guidelined by an outside body. So everything we do is established and gone through before or as we go through the testing procedures. So we're able to make sure that everything that we do is standardized for the country, all the testing that we perform.
And the lab that you work at Bodie Technology, is that accreditation up to grade at this point?
It is.
Now, with reference to your own work within the lab, is there sort of standards of procedure or protocols that you follow in conformity with that accreditation?
There are. We're under the same standards as all other DNA testing at Bodie for mitochondrial DNA testing.
Now, with regard to your specific work, are you familiar with what's called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
Explain to the jury what that is and what your experience has been with proficiency testing as far as how often and what it consists of.
So a proficiency test is how we stay qualified in what we do in the laboratory. So we get an outside test that we treat just like a regular criminal case. We take it all the way through the laboratory and have it reviewed, report our findings, and then it's sent out and we're graded on that performance.
And with reference to yourself, what, if any, issues have you had with regard to proficiency testing over the course of your years of work with Bodie Technology?
I've had none.
Now, as far as, am I correct in that Bodie Technology, as far as the lab is concerned, essentially deals with being contracted for work from external vendors?
Yes.
By that, I mean as far as you get your work or samples that are submitted from outside of your lab, correct?
We do.
And what are some of the types of organizations that, as far as the casework that you deal with, like where does it typically come from? What type of agents?
It can come from anywhere across the United States, and we also have international clients as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to a specific case that you worked on. When items come into Bodie Technology, as far as the lab, they go through sort of a check-in process and a chain of custody process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with that, there's sort of a number or something that's
no sidebar,
specific sample that follows it.
No sidebar.
Yes, we'll call that the evidence item.
One
number,
litter box down, 4 to
dash,
go.
Whatever number it's assigned.
Is there also a case number that's assigned as far as different cases or different case submissions?
Yes, there is.
And turning your attention to a specific case that was submitted in January or partially submitted in January and then partially submitted in March of 2024. That came from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And the Bodie case number on that was CCA 2416-0023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to your work on this specific case number, what were the items that you received and sort of what were the items that you received that you eventually did some testing or analysis on?
So I continued testing for one of the hair samples.
And specifically, again, that's given a specific name as far as in the hair sample in this case was EO1, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then as far as for for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you receive in regard to comparison if you were able to generate a profile from EO1?
We received a reference profile from the victim, John O'Keefe.
Now, your specialty within the lab is in mitochondrial DNA testing, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury, as far as mitochondrial DNA, let me ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could, Ms. Chart, explain to the jury first what autosomal DNA is, and then what mitochondrial DNA is, and then I'll have another question.
Of course. So what many people are familiar with is what we call autosomal DNA. So that's the DNA that's actually stored in the nucleus of your cell. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and it's what makes you unique. And it's what people call the blueprint of a person. But what might be a new concept is that there's actually a second form of DNA that is stored within the mitochondria of a cell. So if you can remember maybe back to any science classes that you had, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of that cell. And because of that, you can have upwards of hundreds to thousands of mitochondria within just one single cell. And within each of those mitochondria, you may have thousands of copies of that mitochondrial DNA. So in cases just like this one, where there may not be enough nuclear or autosomal DNA to find, you can go back and try to test for that mitochondrial DNA.
And so if you could explain to the jury some, I think you've alluded to it already, but sort of the difference between autosomal DNA versus mitochondria.
So mitochondrial DNA, in contrast, is inherited directly from your mother. So you will have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as your mother, and then you will also have the same mitochondrial DNA profile as any of your siblings. And it has that maternal inheritance that we call it, that makes it actually a great source for helping identify people, but it can also be used for criminal cases as well.
First, with respect to the autosomal DNA, can you explain to the jury sort of the process as far as just in general terms? What is the process as far as the testing goes or generation of the profile?
Sure, so we share similar processing methods. So we will start out by taking a small portion of whatever is sent to the lab, and we'll call that sampling. We'll take notes on that and how much that we take forward through testing, and that will go into a small tube. From there, we will extract the DNA or take apart all of the cells by adding chemicals. And what we're left with is what we call a DNA extract. So that's actually where I came in this case. From there, the difference is we will go through what is still called amplification using the PCR method. That will make a bunch of copies of that DNA to be used later on. But for mitochondrial DNA, what we're targeting is specifically just the mitochondrial DNA in that extract. From there, we actually go to something that is completely different from autosomal testing, which is DNA sequencing. So DNA sequencing is really just a way that we're able to take those small strands of DNA that we've amplified, and we're able to read them almost like letters in a sentence.
And the PCR is in reference to the autosomal DNA, is that correct?
It's for both methods.
What does PCR stand for?
It's a polymerase chain reaction.
And when you say as far as the sort of quantification, I'm sorry, is it quantification or quantitation?
Quantification works.
As far as the quantification step is concerned, how is that sort of physically done? What kind of instrumentality are you using to accomplish it?
So for mitochondrial DNA, we will actually run the DNA after amplification on a gel, so a long, really what it sounds like, slab of gel where we're able to visualize if we obtained any mitochondrial
That's
DNA.
what she said. That's
as
what she
a
said. That's what
band
she
that shows
said.
up under a camera.
So with reference to this
Okay, I thought it was me.
on the hair sample, you received it at what stage again, or what step?
I received it as a DNA extract, so it was a amount of liquid in a tube at that point.
Are you sure that isn't
And as
vanilla
far as,
extract?
in general terms, again, if you could explain to the jury, so what are the steps that go into the processing or analysis prior to that step where you received it on the quantifications?
So it went through sampling, it was received, it was inventoried by the person that opened up the evidence, and a small portion or the hair was put into a tube, and then it went through that DNA extraction. So the hair was dissolved and all of the DNA inside of that hair was released and isolated to just be then that DNA extract.
So from that point where you pick it up as sort of the extract, what is it that you're doing with that as far as your analysis goes from there, and what type of instrumentality are you using to perform that analysis?
So from there, I am targeting and just trying to find if there is any mitochondrial DNA in that sample. So we'll use the PCR method to amplify to see if there is any mitochondrial DNA we can target. And then I will take it through and visualize it on that gel to make sure to see if we got anything. That is our quantification step. And then after that, I will take it through our sequencing step. And we do load that on an instrument called the 3130 genetic analyzer.
And the 3130 genetic analyzer, how does that work?
So it actually runs and separates each of the fragments of DNA that we have amplified and visualizes it through a program. So we're able to read each letter of your DNA sequence.
I could take you back just a step. Are you familiar with a term within your field called the D-loop?
Now, in Karen Reed's case, would they
Yes.
analyze her DNA at
Explain to the jury what a
150?
D-loop is and how that factors into your analysis and testing for mitochondria.
So the D-loop is actually the region of the mitochondrial genome that we target. It is targeted because it does not contain any useful areas for the actual function of a mitochondria. So it can change over time, and those changes are what actually are recorded as your mitochondrial DNA profile.
Now, as far as the D-loop, what, if any, relationship does that have with respect to certain variables within the human population?
Would you be able to word that?
Very poorly. Let me rephrase. The D-loop, as far as the region is concerned, what, if anything, does that have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
Oh, yes. So because there is this variability in that region, it can change over time. And from that, there are different mitochondrial DNA profiles that are developed across the world.
Now, in addition to the extract from the hair sample EO1, what, if any, other items did you receive in regard to comparison?
So we also received that reference sample from the victim, and that was taken forward for mitochondrial DNA testing as well.
And just for clarity purposes, when you say reference sample from the victim, you're referring to John O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yes.
And the reference sample that you received in regard to John O'Keefe, was that already an extract as well, or what, if anything, did you have to do with that in order to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile?
So that sample was received, if I can refer to my notes. I did not. So I was not the person to actually do the sampling for this sample. It was received as a small cutting of a swab.
And so as far as the small cutting from the swab, what is sort of, as far as creating a profile from that, creating a profile from the extract from the hair sample as well, was there any difference in that, sort of how those two mitochondrial DNA profiles were created?
No, they were tested the same way.
And well, let me ask this. As far as with regard to the hair sample EO1, were you able to obtain mitochondrial DNA profile for the hair?
We were.
And with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's sample, were you also able to obtain a mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample?
Yes, we were.
Now, as far as for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you look at, and what, if any, comparison or opinions or conclusions did you draw from that comparative analysis?
Sure, I can state directly from my report if that's all right.
Okay.
So the mitochondrial DNA profile that was obtained from the sample, the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
Now, Ms. Chart, are you also familiar with something called an MPOP, and for the record, that's EMPOP?
I am.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that's used as far as any sort of statistical analysis in reference to comparative comparisons?
So it's a international populations database that houses different mitochondrial DNA profiles.
And how is it sort of used within your field, and how did you use it in this specific instance in relation to the consistency opinion between the hair sample and Mr. O'Keefe's?
So we were able to upload the profile from the hair and see if it was found at all within the population database. We test populations that are popular within the United States to narrow it down, and within the African American, US Caucasian, and US Hispanic databases that they have, it was not seen.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions are you then able to formulate with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample with relation to that MPOP data?
Sure. So by not seeing it in the database, this means that we're able to exclude at least 99.895% of the population from being a source of that evidence.
And is there a certain level or percentage of confidence statistically that comes along with that exclusion of 99.895% of the U.S. population?
Yes, we use what is called the 95% confidence interval. It's actually a rule that is used for making statistical statements about populations. It's because there are always outliers that we don't include. We take the 95% majority of a population when we run those statistics.
And so, again, as far as your opinion or conclusions based on the comparison, is that the mitochondrial DNA profile from the hair sample was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe's sample, correct?
Correct.
And that's with a 95% confidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the exclusion of at least 99.895% of the population of the United States, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Chad, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Andre Porto to the stand.
Look right this way. Just watch your step. Okay.
Please stand and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can take the seat.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
First, let me just say that, just for clarification, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can move it up and
Okay,
down.
cool.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And sir, if I could ask you just a few questions about your educational backgrounds, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school and what, if any, degrees did you receive from that?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then, yeah, sorry.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Boston University School of Medicine and I got a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences.
And about what year was that you received that master's?
I graduated 2019.
And then following receipt of your master's, where did you go from there?
I went to the DNA unit in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And when you joined the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab initially, what was your title and sort of what was your duties and responsibilities with relation to that title?
So I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1, and that's a training position where I underwent a training program that consisted of a bibliography with multiple journal articles and textbooks, as well as conducting the lab processing on training samples.
And that sort of initial work that you did as referred to as an FS1, is that correct?
Yes.
And that initial work that you did as an FS1, how long did you do that before you became a forensic scientist 2?
Approximately, the training itself was approximately 6 to 8 months. And then within a year, I was promoted to an FS2.
And when you were promoted to work as an FS2, what, if any, specific unit were you assigned to within the lab?
The DNA unit.
And have you essentially been with the DNA unit since that assignment initially occurred?
Yes.
Now, just a few questions about the lab at the State Police Crime Laboratory. Is that lab accredited by anybody?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, and that stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and the ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
And with reference to that accreditation, can you describe to the jury just a little bit about generally in terms of what goes into an accreditation of a lab from ANAB?
Yeah, so this organization, ANAB, they came into our lab and they reviewed all of our protocols, ranging from facility security to the protocols that we do in the lab to staff education and training, and to make sure that we're meeting all the standards that we are being accredited to.
And the lab at MSPCL, its accreditation, is it up to date at this point?
Yes.
With reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of how often and what consists of the proficiency testing that you've done?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an outside agency, and we don't know what the results are, and we treat it as a regular case. So we take it through the regular DNA processing, and we have to pass that proficiency test to show that we maintain our competency in whatever work that we are doing in casework.
And sir, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what have been the results of your proficiency testing?
I've passed all of mine.
Now, sir, it may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain to the jury, at least based on your training experience, what your understanding is of a couple of different terms. And first one, I'm going to start with DNA itself. What is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and that is basically the genetic blueprint that makes us who we are. And we each have 2 copies of it. We inherited one from our mom and one from our dad, and that combination makes us unique. And with the exception of identical twins, everybody has a different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, barring any rare mutations, DNA is the same. So if you take a blood sample, and a saliva sample from the same person, the DNA should be the same.
And what I'm going to ask you now is just a little bit about the process of DNA and how it's tested within your lab. Am I correct in saying that there's essentially 4 steps? Is that correct?
Correct.
And approaching sort of chronologically, one of the steps is called extraction, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how it is specifically that DNA is extracted by yourself in general terms when you're testing it out?
Yes, so for this extraction step, so I receive the samples, they're in like small tubes, they're closed. I will add a set of reagents to it, apply heat to that sample, and that will actually burst open the cells to make the DNA available for use.
When you are extracting from a sample, do you know, or is there a way to sort of measure how much DNA you're extracting from a sample?
Yes.
And can you explain sort of how it is that you know that?
Yeah, so that's the second step that we call quantitation. And we take a small portion of that DNA that we extracted, and we'll apply a different set of reagents and run it through an instrument that heats and cools down the sample, goes through a cycle, and allows us to estimate how much DNA is extracted.
Now, so what is PCR?
PCR is stands for polymerase chain reaction, and it's basically known as molecular xeroxing, where it's making millions of copies of specific areas that you can target of the DNA.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over.
Sorry.
Is that essentially the third step that you undergo?
Correct.
Now, what is a STR?
It stands for short tandem repeat, and these are locations in the DNA that change each person. So it's comprised of small little repeats, and each person, however repeats you have at that location, is sort of what will show up in your DNA profile.
Now, how is it with your work in the lab that you identify DNA fragments?
It's the fourth step where we call detection, where after we amplified the specific areas that we are looking at on the DNA, we'll run it through an instrument that will separate them out and generate the DNA profile.
Now, within your work in the lab, are you familiar with terminology as far as a known item versus a questioned item?
Yes.
And can you explain what each of those mean in reference to your field and your work, and sort of what is the difference between the two?
Yeah, so a known item is an item that's collected directly from an individual and is to be used for comparison purposes, whereas a questioned item is collected from, let's say, like a crime scene where we don't know the source.
Now, as far as your lab or your unit within the lab, the DNA unit itself, does it follow sort of standardized policies and protocols?
Yes, we do.
And who approves of those particular policies, protocols, and procedures?
Our technical leader.
Now, could you explain the process used to analyze the evidence in this case?
Yeah, so the evidence in this case underwent that four-step process I just described, which was extraction to quantitation to amplification, detection, and then interpretation of the profile that was generated.
Now, what are some of the controls, or what do you use when during the course of your testing?
Yeah, so there are two types of controls, positive and negative controls. So a positive control is a sample with a known DNA profile that we use to show that each step in the process worked as expected. And a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it and that only receives the reagents that we are using. And that is to show that there's no inherent contamination of the reagents that we used.
Let me ask you, sir, if you know, what are some of the ways to prevent sort of DNA transfer from yourself or from someone else working on the case or from other samples that you may be working on with other cases?
Yeah, so there are many ways. One way is to clean the workspace before we start working and after, just to make sure that it's constantly being cleaned. Another way is to wear lab PPE, so personal protective equipment like lab coats, face masks, and hairnets. And another one is to make sure that we only have one tube open at a time so that we don't have any cross-contamination between samples.
Your work specifically, sir, does it undergo some sort of review process?
It does.
And specifically your work in this case, did it undergo that same sort of general review process pursuant to the policies and procedures you were speaking about before?
Yes, it did.
Now, when a case comes into the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, it's assigned a specific case number, correct?
Correct.
And in this instance, I'm referring to a case number entitled 22-02184. Familiar with that case?
I am.
And you did tested a number of different items within that case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the items are concerned, similar to how items from a specific investigation or case are assigned a case number, are those different items assigned different item numbers as well?
Yes, they are.
And if there is something that is taken, swabbed, or cut, or something from a specific item, how is that labeled in relation to the item that it was taken from?
So basically, so let's say we have a parent item that's numbered 2-1. And then if we take a cutting of that item, it would be called, if it's the first cutting, it would be called 2-1.1.
Now, in this case, sir, was a known standard processed?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that process occurs in regard to processing a known standard?
Yeah, so the lab processing is the same, where it undergoes the same 4-step process. And a qualified analyst then looked at the DNA profile that was generated to make sure that it was a single source profile, meaning at each location that we looked at, there were only 1 or 2 peaks. And after that, it underwent the technical and administrative review process before it was closed out and ready for use for comparison.
Do you know whose known DNA standard was processed in this case?
Yes.
And who was it?
A known blood standard from John O'Keefe.
Now, as far as your involvement in this case, what was your involvement in this case?
I performed the testing of the questioned items.
And did you have occasion to perform DNA analysis on certain items submitted to your lab in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And let me ask you about some specific items. Were you asked to perform some analysis on a item labeled 3-1.1?
Yes, I was.
And if you know, what was that a sample from?
Would I be able to refer to my notes? Thank you. So that was a sample from passenger side tail light.
And with respect to that, there was a sample that was, or DNA profile that was generated from that swab from the tail light, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, were the findings, or what kind of, what was the conclusion of the analysis of the profile from the swab taken from the tail light of the vehicle?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a 3-person mixture, including male DNA.
And to be more specific, when an item comes in, it's assigned an item number. There's also a description that's provided along with sort of where the item came from.
Correct.
And so specifically, item 3-1.1 is a sample from passenger side tail light, and it gives a specific Massachusetts registration plate of 3GC684, correct?
Correct.
And so from the analysis of the swab or the profile that was obtained from the swab from the tail light, what, if anything, was that compared to?
John O'Keefe, standard.
For the sample from Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
And with regard to that, was that a comparative analysis that you conducted yourself?
Yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions did you come from as far as the comparative analysis between the swab from the taillight from that vehicle and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah. The DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And now, sir, with reference to that item in that comparative analysis, you said 510 non-alien times, is that correct?
Correct.
And non-alien, just for clarification purposes, do you know how many zeros that is?
It's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to that item coming from, or the profile containing the comparative analysis consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe, there are also 2 unknown contributors, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that, are you familiar with that item or the profile from that item being submitted along with some other samples to an outside vendor called Bumblebee Technology?
Correct.
Now, with reference to another item contained within that, are you familiar with an item 3-6?
Yes.
And what is item 3-6?
That is the root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
Now, sir, as far as hair is concerned, try for the jury a little bit about sort of DNA and how that works between, well, let me ask you this. There's essentially, when it comes to a hair sample, there's typically going to be a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And where from the DNA, as your lab is concerned, where is that? Where are you able to sort of test from, or where would you be looking to extract a sample from in order to perform testing?
Yes. So our testing for hairs, the DNA will be coming from any tissue that might be attached to the root end of the hair.
And so you're looking for specifically sort of follicular tissue, is that correct?
Tissues attached to the hair, yes.
Now, as far as you familiar with the terms sort of autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain for the jury briefly just sort of what your understanding is of each of those two terms and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is present in the nucleus of the cell. That is, we inherited that from one copy from our dad, one copy from our mom. As mitochondrial DNA is present within the mitochondria, and that is inherited via the mother.
Now, your lab at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, is the lab equipped, or does your lab do mitochondrial DNA testing?
We're not equipped to do mitochondrial testing.
And so when you say that the lab is not equipped to do the testing, what exactly does that mean?
So we don't have the instruments or the facilities to do that testing, and we don't get that testing requested very often. So it makes more sense to send it out to an approved vendor to do that testing.
And one of those approved vendors would be the Boda Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia, that you were discussing previously.
Correct.
And as far as your understanding is that Boda Technology is equipped and does do mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to your testing, you did some testing with regard to item 3-6 of the hair, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that testing was and what, if any, opinions or conclusions you were able to draw from the testing that you were able to do in the lab?
Yes, so that testing began the same way as the 4-step process. I extracted the hair and then went to quantitation. After quantitation, I determined that there was no human DNA detected. So then testing was halted at that step.
And so what, if anything, was the results of that testing that you conducted with regard to that?
That no human DNA was detected, so STR analysis was not performed.
Now, that phraseology there as far as no human DNA detected, what does that mean?
So quantitation is looking specifically for human DNA, and we couldn't detect that with our instruments. It's not speaking to the hair itself. It's just that we could not detect any human DNA.
That's not so much to say that there is no DNA on the hair, it's just that it is below the level of detection that you're qualified to report on. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to the taillight sample, if I could step back to that for a second, the 510 non-alien types, what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the overall world human population?
So the world population, I think, currently is about 8 billion, which is an 8 followed by 9 zeros. And 510 non-alien has 30 zeros in it. So it's larger.
Significantly more. Correct?
Significantly larger, sir, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to some other items that you tested in relation to this case. And just to be clear, sir, you conducted or issued about 6 different DNA reports in regard to the testing that you conducted in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
So if I could direct your attention now to the 6 reported DNA testing report number 6, that involved an item called 3-3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the description of that item?
Wait, I'm sorry, got the wrong report. That is a sample from apparent glass on rear bumper.
With the same mass registration plate as the taillight, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions were you able to draw from your analysis of the testing on that particular item?
So at the quantitation step for this item, insufficient human DNA was detected and STR analysis was not performed.
And again, just as far as that statement is concerned, can you explain a little bit to the jury what that means as far as what your opinions or what you're seeing in regard to insufficient human DNA detected and STR analysis not performed?
Yes, so we do have, at the quantitation step, we do have a cutoff, a certain value where if we detect human DNA that's below this cutoff, we validated that it's not going to, most likely not going to provide a profile that can be used. So we halt testing at that step.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the fifth report that you issued in this case, DNA testing report number 5. And does that sort of contain the totality of the items that you analyzed in this particular case?
It does.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to an item labeled as number 3-2.1.1. And what is the description for that particular item, sir?
That is a sample from exterior of broken drinking glass.
And with reference, were you able to generate a DNA profile from the swab or the sampling from that item?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do in regard to the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, so the sample was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, and the DNA profile for this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.2.1. And what is the description associated with that item?
That is a sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from the sample from what's labeled as stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do with relation to that profile from that sample to Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
Yes, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 was suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 were not suitable for comparisons. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And so when you say, as far as due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison, what does that mean?
So that just means that those contributors are very low and that any comparisons that would be done to them could not be reliable based on our protocols and validations.
And so from your comparative analysis, you came to the opinion or conclusion that the sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans was 570 non-alien times more likely than it originated from Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
With respect to your comparative analysis of the profile from the sample from stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, your opinion is that it was at least 570 non-alien times more likely that it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
From then,
Sorry.
What was your conclusion as it came to item 7-1.2.
So the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Sir, let me break from this for a second, and I just want to ask you a little bit about transfer DNA. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term means?
So transfer DNA just means DNA that sort of transfers based on just some activity that can happen. Like if somebody touches a water bottle, they might transfer some DNA onto that water bottle.
Now, from the fact that DNA is on something or on an item and it matches a profile from an individual, is there anything from that that you can opine or conclude as to how that DNA was deposited or when?
No, I cannot.
Now, with reference to factors that may cause a degradation of a DNA sample or a touch DNA sample that's left. What, if any, are some of the factors that may affect that as far as causing degradation of a sample or your causing an inability for you to be able to generate a DNA profile from another?
Some factors include being exposed to heat for a prolonged time and ultraviolet rays from the sun, as well as just time. It might eventually lead to some degradation.
Now, as far as items that are outside, Because you indicated that being hot or warm temperatures might have some effect on it. What, if any, impact with cold temperatures have?
So we store our DNA extracts in a cold room. So cold temperatures could be very good to help preserve any DNA that's on there.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to your report number 5 and ask you with reference to item 7-1.3.1. And can you, what is the description for that item, sir?
That is a sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And again, those would be the jeans of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Correct.
And those jeans would be Mr. O'Keefe's jeans as well?
Correct.
And were you able to then generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison or what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you draw from a comparative analysis of the DNA profile from that sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, and the DNA profile of this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.5.1, and what is where did that come from?
That is sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
And again, were you able to generate a DNA profile for that sample?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to comparative analysis between that and that DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA, and the DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.6.1. And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And did you then conduct a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions or findings did you have in regards to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, as far as that decillion, again, similar to the non-alien, how many zeros are we talking about?
That's a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.7.1. You familiar with that item, sir?
Yes.
And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from unstained areas of exterior of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And similarly, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in regard to that comparative analysis?
Yep, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 553 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And similarly, sir, with regard to that number septillion, how many zeros is that?
That is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
I'm going to ask some questions about a number of different items from 7-17. These are samples taken from an orange t-shirt as well as a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could, essentially you did testing on those items as well as some fingernail clippings along with Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
Or samples from the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Now, with regard to those items, swabbings taken from the stains from various areas of the orange T-shirt, and just in general, where were those areas on the T-shirts, the orange T-shirt to start with, that the swabbings were taken from?
The top front left of orange shirt, and front bottom right of the shirt as well, and just the back left shoulder of the orange shirt.
Now, with regard to the gray long sleeve shirt, where are the areas on the shirt where those swabbings were taken?
The right sleeve, the center front, the back left, the back right, and the back bottom of right.
And were you able to generate DNA profiles from each of those items?
I was.
And were you then able to do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from each of those items with relation to the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that comparative analysis?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
As far as that number is concerned, octillion, how many zeros is in an octillion?
That's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to each of those items, from the orange T-shirt, the gray long sleeve T-shirt, and the fingernail clippings, they were taken from both the right and left hands of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's 490 followed by 27 zeros. That would be from a single contributor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.4.1, you're familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain C on top front gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to that?
Yes.
And were you able to then do a comparative analysis between that DNA profile from that item and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to that?
The male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And with regard to that, stain from the gray long sleeve T-shirt, again, that was determined by you through your testing to be DNA from a single contributor matched to John O'Keefe, correct?
It was determined to be from a single contributor, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.14.1, are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
A sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that, sample from that item as well?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample and the profile from that sample versus the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, I'm going to ask you, or draw your attention to item 7-18.17.1. Familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with the sample from that item?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample profile from that sample and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to that comparative analysis?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, there are some other items from which you conducted testing but were not able to generate a profile from, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, I'm going to ask about item 7-3.1. That's a sample from the right instep of Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Could you repeat that number again, please?
Sir, if I could direct your attention within your DNA report number 5, I'm talking about item number 9.
Yep.
And so, sir, with reference to that, what, if any, there's an indication as far as the mixture not being suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct. It was a mixture of at least 5 contributors.
And so from that, as far as not suitable for comparison, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So during our validations, we've only validated mixtures up to 4 contributors because we've determined that once you get more than 4, like at least 5 contributors into a mixture, it becomes too complex to be able to make any reliable comparisons to that mixture.
Sir, if I could direct you to item number 11 or item number 7-18.3.1 within your report.
Right. Yep.
And that's a stain from the gray long sleeve t-shirt top front, is that correct?
Yes.
Now that is indicated as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that means as far as not being suitable due to the quality of the profile?
Yes. So during our bringing it back to our 3rd step of amplification, where we're making millions of copies of specific locations, sometimes there might not be a lot of DNA there. And that amplification step might not amplify all the information that could be present. And the profile that's generated won't have all the information to be able to reliably make a comparison. So the information that we are able to look at is very limited. So we just do not do any comparisons because they would not be reliable.
And with that same as far as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, was that the same for 2 other areas that you tested in regard to the front of, or sample from the front of the gray long sleeve shirt and a sample from the back left sleeve of the gray long sleeve shirt?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Sure. Let me ask you just briefly, you're familiar with the term called SDR mix?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that is involved or how it's implicated within your test?
Yeah, so StarMix is a tool that we use to basically break down complex mixtures into its individual contributors and into like a way that it will best describe that mixture. And once it does that, it'll then do comparisons and calculate a likelihood ratio, which is a statistical weight to that comparison.
And how does that relate to the testing that you did in this case?
I used StarMix on all the samples that had comparisons done to them.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Little? No questions. Thank you. All right, Mr. Porto, you are all set. So
Thank you.
Could I see counsel regarding scheduling, please?
Sidebar! Get your sidebar here. Sidebars for everybody. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. We've got some chewy sidebars because Popeville stepped away and they've been on the heat lamp for a while, but they're still good. Just put some extra of the Pope sauce on them and you'll have a good old time. That's right, it's the sidebar. And yes, cereal is the one you have to fight in a cage if you use the pile driver in the room or you bring up the puffy coat. Or puffy jacket, sorry. Puffy's jacket will be on trial with him if he ever gets caught again.
Blank, please.
So we're actually going to send you home today because we're on schedule. It's beautiful out. And rather than start with the witness that we'll start with tomorrow morning, it makes sense. I'm going to talk to the lawyers for a few minutes. So we'll send you home. Do not discuss this case with anyone.
And they're sending the jury home.
That means each other. That means any aspect of this case, any observations, anything at all. Do not do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. We expect a full day tomorrow. So we'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Well, apparently the prosecution won because for the past 5 or 6 witnesses, the defense didn't even say anything.
So I'm just going to ask, I'm going to talk about that now.
Thank you. Please be seated. Court remains in session.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar about a couple of issues.
Sidebar! We've got the sidebar number 8 right now. Sidebar number 8. After the sidebar, we're going to get out of here early today, it looks like. We're going to have ourselves a good old time. I'm going to continue to clean out some cat litter boxes. And then I may even take a nap as I produce the news. That's at 6:30 tonight. Remember, 6:30, our new time, p.m. Eastern. 5:30 p.m. where it counts. 4:30 p.m. in Mountain Time. And 3:30 p.m. on the Pacific Time. So if you join us, you can hear a bunch of news stories, including about Regan Benson, Chili DeCastro, Jason Dollahide, and if we're being sued. That news is coming. We may or may not be being sued. I don't know, but we've got a special editorial on that tonight. Plus, the flashback, of course, is Chili DeCastro no showing his arraignment for the charges that he's currently serving time for. So, yeah, it's gonna be a big night tonight. And we have the night off. So, Serial, the only thing that you can't do in the room is you can't use the pile driver, and you can't use a puffy jacket. If you use pile driver or puffy jacket, they have to go in a cage match against you, Serial. So, you are the queen of the puffy jacket. And Parsons, it's 6:30 every night from now on. 6:30. 6:30 every night from now on. 6:30. There is no panel discussion tonight because the Thursday was on a Tuesday. So just go back and watch that last one. And we'll be back tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. for another day. Another full day of the Karen Reed murder trial. That's right, folks. It's going on at least another day. Another day. And Gia's been strong all day, and she missed Regan Benson, who was our surprise guest during the lunch break, and she missed a lot of other stuff. Fun stuff today. Jeremy DeWitt trial, as far as we can tell, is being rescheduled till next Tuesday, I believe. He got another stay and another yeah, they punted the ball again. And, Serial, use or say, either one, your pick. You can take him on the cage match as many times as you want to. Just remember, no holds barred. So, we're waiting for Pope Phil to come back, and then Hank, I think Hank is taking a nap, so he took the day off after hearing too much Regan Benson. So the both are going to have surprise if we're out of here and they're not here, so somebody don't turn the lights off. Or someone turn the lights off, or someone just let them have their rest time. That's what happens when you get older. Apparently, we've got some discussion about DNA out there. The DNA makeup of some of the individuals, including Turtle Boy, who's on your screen right now, maybe. I think the guy in the back, or no, that's not Turtle Boy. He's got a mustache. Though Turtle Boy has not been confirmed to be half turtle, half human. I think he's more turtle than human at this point. But that's just me digressing. I've got nothing bad to say about nobody, folks. Nobody. Okay, no discussion of the Phantom somebody. Okay, that's probably just that guy. And Phantoms, Gia, sings are with the Phantoms, sings our news song. So Phantoms is appreciated. We've got to fill a little bit more time here as we're waiting for the sidebars to finish up. They're at sidebar number 8, which nobody picked, so nobody wins today. By default, Pope Phil gets the win because it's his day, and we're gonna just take in the win because Pope Phil never gets the win. We're also gonna sit here and we're gonna enjoy the day after I clean out the cat boxes. And no, sending me self-cleaning boxes won't help. There's too many cats. These boxes need completely changed once a week. So, yeah. It's fun time. I've got 5 boxes to clean out, and basically the one in the bathroom, I do the one in the bathroom first because if I do that first, then the oldest cat will not yell at me. If I leave that to last, she yells at me until that one is done. She literally follows me around the house yelling until that one is done. So that's entirely too much. That's entirely too much information, I'm sure. And Gia's finally seen the picture of Hostess fruit pies. Hostess fruit pies, so nice. They give you superpowers and change your DNA, along with the oranges that come with the peanut butter and chocolate. That's right, Hershey's. Hershey's peanut butter cups. What a glorious future sponsor. One day we'll get a sponsor, and it may be a Hershey bar. Hershey's chocolate, folks. The best. No, it's Hershey's. At Hershey's, Chocolate World's about 2.5 hours away from us. And yes, Mrs. Tom, they're about to be done for the day. They're in the final sidebar. They already sent the jury home, and we're going to get out of here as soon as they're done once we hear some scheduling talk. So, we've strapped in, we put our boots on, we're waiting for Hank, and we're waiting for Phil. But if they come back late, then nobody tell them that we've concluded for the day. The other news we had that visit from Regan Benson. Regan Benson, of course, is everyone's favorite auditor. She denied being an auditor today. She said she's just part-time auditor, if that. She also had to get internal affairs to come get her telephone because the person who she was supposed to get telephone from didn't like her attitude and basically told her, I'm not listening to you. Go make a new appointment. So, yeah, he walked off, and the look on her face was priceless. Then she hung around, made an internal affairs call because they couldn't find a police chief who'd come and deal with her, and they eventually gave her the phone, sadly. And she walked away cheering that she didn't have to show her ID, which was the dispute with the person who was handling the merchandise. So she won, I guess. I don't know. But Mrs. Tom, yes, it's over for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow at 8:55 a.m. as I've just been talking away, trying to fill the time until they come back from this sidebar number 8, one for the day. That means Shuggy lost. Shuggy lost yet again. And Pope Phil is back just in time for us to say goodnight.
What?
Pope Phil?
What?
Basically, they called all the witnesses that were there, and the defense didn't do crap. No cross-examination, so we went through like 5 witnesses this afternoon, and that's it. They're sending them home. The judge is doing a sidebar about scheduling issues, and we'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
I should go. I should go into the office more often.
Now
we need Shuggy to not be here so we can get the sidebar count up, and I need to go in the office more often so we can get out early.
That's right, because Shuggy did not win today. Shuggy did not win. Shuggy had 12, and we're
I
nowhere
know.
near 12.
I know.
And I still have 4 cat litter boxes to fix or to clean.
Well, now you have plenty of time.
I've got plenty of time before the broadcast because I already put the movies together for the broadcast.
So
I
it's
just have
just
to come up.
was it just the DNA people?
Yeah, it was just DNA people. That was it.
And the defense had no. So
No questions.
They're not putting up an argument against the DNA, at least with the state people.
Yes, they've got nothing. They apparently feel that they've won. So
okay,
why bother? Karen did her little
Okay.
happy dance, and it looks like here comes the lawyers.
So I totally blew off the exhibits.
She totally blew off the exhibits? What the hell, lady? What the hell? Well, on that note, folks, unless you want to see some more Regan Benson, we're going to be out of here.
No!
Thank you so much for being with us. Remember, 8:55 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll be right back. And 6:30 p.m. East Coast time. 5:30 p.m. where it counts. 4:30 p.m. Mountain and 3:30 p.m. on the West Coast. We'll be right back with you for our really cool newscast tonight. Our really cool news. Find out if we're being sued or not. It'll be news to us.
Got my fingers
It'll
crossed.
be
Got my
news to
fingers
us.
crossed. Got my fingers crossed.
So let's get the closing credits going, and then let's talk over each other for a second or two before we get out of here. Good night, everybody.
Lisa, stop doing that. It's embarrassing.
Siri.
Why do I have to look like Irish Demon?
Don't take on the pile driver in our room, people.
The hell did I miss?
It's over.
It's over.
Did they admit defeat?
No, they read witnesses. The defense didn't cross-examine the last 5 witnesses.
Oh.
It's like, so?
So you just ran out of witnesses for the day?
Yep, that's it.
Why does Hank look like LIA?
And now another rendition of Talk Over Each
Well, I
Other
did have
Theater.
time to stop for ice cream on the way home. I got a nice
Ice cream?
I got a nice delicious Quest
I love-
ice cream, you know, our local shop that everybody
No, we
loves.
need to talk over each other. Because Pope Phil's being a meanie butt.
I am not. I'm not.
I like the ice. I like
I-
talking about ice cream.